So good morning, everybody, and welcome to the FSA's June board meeting, which is being held in Birmingham. We don't have any apologies for today's meeting, so it's great to have a full set of board members and our directors here today. We've had 10 questions ahead of the board, which have been published on our website as usual, and board members have had a chance to have a look at those. We may well cover many of those in today's discussions, but regardless of that, we will publish written responses on our website in the next few weeks. So before we get started, can I ask as ever if any of my board colleagues have any new external interest to declare? Mark?
It's not new as such, Susan, but because it's mentioned in the NLR paper, my employer is a corporate member of the Association of Chief Trading Standards Officers, and I occupy one of the seats that corporate membership brings.
Okay, thank you very much. And does anyone else have any other interests that they've already declared but which are relevant to items on the agenda today? Okay. So we will press on then to, well, let me just ask, has anybody got any items of any other business that we need to reserve time for at the end? No? Okay, so let's start by just reviewing the minutes from the previous meeting, which have been circulated to board members and previously published on the website. Well, no, actually, they haven't been. I think they only get published. What happens? They get published after they've been signed off today, but is everybody content with the minutes? Lovely. And the actions from the last meeting, which I'm delighted to say I think are all accounted for now, or at least actively ongoing. That's the one relating to the local authority work and cost recovery and initial findings, which is an ongoing piece of work. But are there any items that people would like more information about, or are you content that those have been dealt with? Okay, cracking through the agenda today. So we'll move on to my update, which is really just an opportunity to reflect a little bit on the last few months since we met in Hull. So in April, I was absolutely delighted that we were able to mark the 25th anniversary of the FSA. I really want to thank everybody who's been part of that story over the last quarter century for everything that you have done to restore public confidence in food from those really difficult times in the wake of the BSE crisis. So that thanks really extends to all my colleagues who've been previous chairs of the FSA, the chief execs, board members, directors, and all the officials, really past and present, who've worked so hard over the years to build trust in food and to keep people safe. I also want to pay a particular thanks to our comms team at the moment, who have done a huge amount of work to mark our 25th anniversary in a very positive way, to enable people to reflect on our success, but also to think hard about the challenges that we're going to face going forwards. I remember well the FSA being set up, and I couldn't possibly have imagined at that time that 25 years on I'd be sitting here as chair, and I continue to believe it's a huge privilege to be able to do that. I was absolutely delighted to be invited to give the IFST, that's the Institute of Food Science and Technology, annual lecture earlier, when was it? Yeah, at the start of this month, which was a really valuable opportunity to take stock and consider, in particular, how the FSA uses science and evidence and data to keep food safe. It was also a chance to look ahead at some of the challenges and opportunities of the future, how we're going to respond to an evolving food system, the changing political landscape, and all of the risks and uncertainties that the changes in the geopolitical environment create. Probably, when I've been thinking about this, I think perhaps the most important item to note over the last quarter century is, firstly, was our exit from the EU. And now, of course, we have the government's announcement of their intention to negotiate an SPS agreement, a sanitary and phytosanitary agreement. FSA officials have been in really close discussion with their counterparts across government, as you'd expect. And we've been absolutely clear that any agreement must seek to protect consumers and public health and ensure that food is what it says it is. And as you might imagine, there's no disagreement with that fundamental tenet. I want to thank the international team who've done a huge amount of work on this so far, but as they well know, there's a great deal more to come. There's a long way to go yet. The reason for mentioning it is that I think it will become very apparent over the course of today's meeting that the details of any SPS agreement are going to have an absolutely direct impact of the work of the FSA, not only in the future, but actually some of the decisions that we make today and in the coming months, because we need to think about decisions that we're making today, which are building the regulatory system for the future, how those might be affected by any SPS agreement. When I think about what's going on in government, it's not just been the SPS agreement that's been keeping us busy. We've been working hard on the commitments for growth, which were those promises that we made to the Prime Minister earlier in the year. The precision breeding regulations were signed into law. The cell-cultivated products sandbox is well underway and into its delivery phase. And I'm delighted we've been awarded further funding to support our work on novel foods, particularly precision fermentation. So, as you might imagine, with all that's happening across government, it's been a really busy period for me in relation to ministerial engagement. I had a very, very useful meeting with Ashley Dalton, the FSA sponsor minister and, of course, Minister for Public Health. That was back in April, to discuss various aspects of the FSA's role and remit. And I'm very much looking forward to our next meeting when I hope to discuss the progress on our market authorisation reforms and some of the decisions that I hope we'll make today. There's also been the government food strategy, and when I was talking to Minister Dalton, we were also thinking about the upcoming NHS 10-year plan. I think we've got a good relationship with ministers across the devolved administrations as well. I was pleased to have a meeting with the Northern Ireland ministers, Mike Nesbitt and Welsh Minister Sarah Murphy, both to discuss the SPS agreement and market authorisations reform. I've also attended the DEFRA-chaired Four Nations ministerial meetings on the implementation of the border target operating model and also some discussions in the context of the SPS agreement. I'm really pleased that DEFRA and the FSA and the devolved administrations are really working closely together to consider the implications of the SPS agreement for the border, the work we do at the borders. In London, I've also recently met Minister Morgan, who's the Minister for Early Education, who's very keen to update the school food standards, and I was glad to discuss the next steps with him, including the importance of enforcement to boost compliance to the standards. I continue to believe that we will make as much, if not more, progress if we get good compliance with the existing standards, as we will if we obviously improve the standards to meet today's dietary recommendations. I mentioned my regular meetings with Minister Zeichner at DEFRA, but I've also been attending meetings of the New Food Strategy Advisory Board, albeit in a personal capacity rather than an FSA-specific one. But I would say that I'm feeling really encouraged about the cooperation across the sectors, and I'm hopeful that we will see tangible actions emerging that are going to be good for consumers. Looking ahead now a little bit, later this week, in fact tomorrow I think, tomorrow the 19th, we'll be launching our annual report on food standards alongside Food Standards Scotland, and we'll be hosting events in London, in Cardiff and in Belfast. I'm delighted that we're going to be joined by ministers on each of those occasions, and it will also be a great opportunity for us to meet with some of the important stakeholders for the FSA. The other thing that I should say, which is coming up soon, I hope, is that we have identified 6 new board members, and all of them have been approved by ministers. They're just going through the final pre-appointment checks, so unfortunately we weren't able to get that completely complete in time for this meeting. But I'm very hopeful that they'll be joining us in the next few weeks. We'll obviously put the announcement about their appointments on the website. Actually, the Department of Health will do that, as it's their appointments. And we'll have an opportunity for us to get to know them over the summer, but also to ensure we can give them a very thorough induction into all that's going on over the summer months, so that they'll be up and running in time for our September board meeting. I've published the list of my external engagements as usual prior to this meeting, and in putting that together I realised that with all the focus on government matters and, to be honest, the recruitment of our new board members, I haven't been out and about as much as I usually do, or indeed as I'd like to do, but I hope to catch up a bit on that over the summer, partly at our annual report launches, but also very much looking forward to attending the Royal Welsh Show next month, which is always a great opportunity to meet with stakeholders across Wales. So that feels like quite enough from me. A number of items in there which you may have questions on, so let me pass over to you if there is anything I can tell you more about. I'm always hopeful of getting one question on this, but maybe most of the issues will come up later in the agenda. Okay, so maybe that's just a bit of scene setting, and now I'm going to hand over to Katie to give her report, which really is the Chief Exec's update and is the much more day-to-day what's been keeping everybody busy in the FSA. Thanks, Katie.
Thanks, Susan. Good morning, everyone. I fear you're all saving your questions for me. I won't repeat everything that's in my report, but I just wanted to draw out a few points as usual, and then I'm very happy to answer questions on any of it or anything the board members want to cover. To start off with, I am very pleased to be able to report that we now have our spending review settlement for Westminster, which will set the envelope for our Westminster budget for the next few years. We don't have settlements for Wales and Northern Ireland yet. That's done in a separate process. It's a tight settlement. It's effectively a flat cash resource budget. So we will need to absorb inflationary pressures in our pay, contracts and other areas. But I think in the context of wider public spending decisions, it is a fair one, and it recognises the value of the work that we do for people and businesses. And it is really good to have that certainty now to help us plan for the next few years. An area in which we have slightly less certainty now, my report contains several updates on international trade, and there's definitely been a lot going on in this respect, and I do want to say thank you to Anjali and the team who have been fielding a huge amount. In particular, as Susan's drawn out, the proposed SPS agreement with the EU is going to have a significant impact on our operating context and our work this year and going forwards. We'll be supporting the government with technical advice during the negotiations, and obviously we'll be thinking about what it means for our work, for businesses and for consumers. And I think Susan has already made clear how large that is looming in our minds at the moment. We've had 2 questions from the board to the board about the SPS agreement. Charlotte Flores from Bryant Research asks about its impact for novel foods, and Diana Tumova asks which regulations will be aligned, how long businesses will have to prepare, and what the timescales are. I wish I could answer those. I'm afraid the short answer is we don't know yet. We are going to have to wait and see what the agreement says. And that does mean there is going to be a period of uncertainty for businesses and indeed for us while we wait for the agreement, because I don't think the government is going to be able to give a running commentary on the negotiations as they go through them. We do know how important it will be for businesses to be able to prepare properly for any changes, and as always we'll want to work as transparently and constructively as we can with the industry, and I'm sure the board will keep us right as we do that. While I'm picking up questions to the board, I'd also like to address the question we've received from Elizabeth Lewis about the updates made to our register for market authorisations for feed additives. In my last update to the board, I mentioned that the first wave of legislative changes to improve the market authorisation service had now been passed. They came into force on the 1st of April, and we've been implementing them. And as part of that new system, instead of having a statutory instrument to make every new market authorisation, we have a register which we put the authorisations in once they're made, and we have a legal obligation to make sure that register is accurate. And in the process of moving existing authorisations across to the register, we identified some inaccuracies and some issues that we had to resolve with a small number of products. And that meant we weren't able to put them on the first version of the register that we published because we couldn't be sure that they were accurate. Now, we are resolving this as quickly as possible, but I know it's caused considerable concern to the industry because we failed to explain that that's what we were doing, and it looked like they'd simply fallen off the register. Now, transparency, as you all know, is a guiding principle for us at the FSA, and I really want to apologise for the concern and the frustration that our failure to communicate that in a timely manner has caused for the feed industry. Rebecca, our Director of Policy, has now met with the 4 trade associations who asked this question to explain the situation. She's apologised for the poor communication and made clear that we really do value our working relationships with them. And I know Rebecca's had a conversation with them about how communication can be improved and how we can avoid this sort of situation arising in the future. And we're very keen to work with the sector to resolve those issues as quickly as practically possible. And finally, on the questions to the board, I mentioned in my report that we've withdrawn approval to operate from a slaughterhouse in the West Midlands due to breaches of animal welfare law, and that follows other enforcement activity. I expect we may come back to this topic later under Anthony's report, since the chair asked ARAC to review processes in this respect. But we have had 2 specific questions from the board, to the board. I keep saying from the board, I apologise. We've had 2 specific questions about the case from David Owen and Carolyn McKay, who I believe may be with us today. And it might be helpful, Susan, if we ask Junior to address those during this item.
Yes, that's absolutely fine. Do you want to do that now? Do you want to say anything more on your report, or...? No, okay. So just as a little bit of context, as the board know, I was quite concerned about this general situation, and I've asked ARAC to review our approach and whether we'd followed the correct procedures. I know Anthony's going to report back on that as part of the ARAC update, so I suggest we hold that wider discussion later. But Junior, whilst we're doing questions to the board, it would be helpful if you could just respond to those 2 points.
Sure, and thank you. And Dave and Caroline, thank you for the questions. I've spoken to them both this morning prior to the board starting. The first question was in relation to video evidence and the actions that our official veterinarians were taking during the footage that was put on social media. In response to that, what I would say is we were actually taking action prior to the footage becoming available and widely available on social media. And in the conversation I've had this morning, I've highlighted the fact that ultimately animal welfare and the breaches within that are the responsibility of the food business. We have reviewed the footage, we have reviewed the actions taken by our officials, and have concluded that they had done the right things at that specific point in time. However, what I would say is, whilst the footage is very distressing for people who don't understand and work in that part of the industry, they don't always conclude that an actual breach has been made of the actual legislation with regards to animal welfare. And I've agreed that I'll probably sit down with Dave and Caroline to go through that again with them and the residents and make sure that our teams are engaging locally with respect to that. In relation to Carolyn's question, that was in relation to the representation that TNS Abattoir have taken up from the AIMS Association of Independent Meat Suppliers. It's an industry body, and she was asking whether how many of their appeals have been successfully overturned. Well, we don't keep those records, and I've explained that to them this morning, but we've only had 2 successful appeals against any revocations that we've made since 2011, and we've actually revoked over 20. Hope that helps.
Great, Junior, thank you. Really helpful to hear that extra information. As you know, I've been in contact with the local MP about this, and I'm really pleased to hear that you're going to continue to engage with the local community there. I think it is important that we're able to explain our work and that we're transparent about that. Thank you. Any questions from the board on that particular issue? And then let's turn to the wider issues that are in Katie's report. You've all got a copy of it, and of course there's far more been going on than Katie alluded to in that verbal update. My goodness, everybody's very, very quiet this morning. Ria.
It's just a general question on the rest of the report, if that's okay. Thank you, Katie. There is a lot going on. It's very exciting, although we're moving into somewhat more uncertain times. But actually, it was just a comment about, there's quite a big section there on innovation and the funding we've been able to secure to do specific projects in the innovation space. And also, we're getting quite a portfolio now. We're adding to our funding for research and evidence, continuation of PathSafe. It all feels like a portfolio that's really very exciting. And I guess my question is about, so some of the innovative products we're looking into, that future products, how are we thinking we can communicate that to consumers? So the citizen scientist who'd be interested to know, but for whom some of these products are they're not on the radar yet. I'd be interested in anything about the comms that we're doing or planning to do.
Thanks, Rian. And actually, I'm really pleased you highlighted that work. I think the fact that we've established our innovation hub now and put a particular focus on this work, as well as getting the specific funding, has really enabled us to motor with it, to create a bit of a buzz. In terms of engagement with consumers, first of all, I do think we should be clear that it is not our job as the regulator to go out and sell these products. It is important that the businesses are engaging with people about the potential benefits of them. But I think we also need to think very carefully about how we provide assurance about safety in a way that's easy for people to engage with and understand, because some of these technologies are very new and quite difficult to understand. And I was very struck when we launched the sandbox, and Susan was out doing a lot of media about this, that we had to be very, very clear that this was not the businesses getting an easy ride or marking their own homework, and that safety continues to be our top priority and we're not going to compromise on it. Now, we have thought during the sandbox process quite hard about how we involve consumers and thinking about consumer views as part of that, and Rebecca may want to say a bit more about that. But I think we have to never lose sight of the fact that we are here for consumers, ultimately.
I think, if I understand it correctly, the question was really more about FSA in its role to explain and help people, and be that kind of neutral, honest broker in the system. Because whilst it's right for you to say this is for businesses to, develop and effectively promote their products, I think people want a trusted voice of information that tells them, are they healthier, are they more sustainable, and I think we should be looking to how FSA do that. I was actually, maybe Claire wants to comment on this. In my Oxford capacity, I got a notice about, there's an organisation called Table, which promotes public dialogue, and I see that we're collaborating with them on some work in relation to these products. I don't know, Claire, did you want to mention that, or any of the other public-facing work?
Thank you. Not specifically on Table, but just wanted to come back, I suppose, in response to Rianne's question. I think absolutely right. This being able to communicate complexity, I think, is absolutely vital to public trust and to be able to reassure the public about safety. So we are thinking very actively about that. I think we're very fortunate in the FSA that we've got some great science communicators, and so we really need to be able to maximise that, both through thinking about the channels and the form of our communication. One thing that we are ready and waiting to do is to use video a lot more, for example, to be able to explain some of our processes. I think that's going to be crucial to promote public trust, and also as a preventative measure against the risk of misinformation as well.
Thanks, Claire. Maybe whilst you're talking, I might ask one other question, which I suspect will come in your direction. I was really pleased to see the new public campaign around the Bacteria Love It Here, which was launched on World Safety Day. And I wonder if it's worth just telling the board a little bit more about that. I mean, this goes to the heart of what we're here to do.
Thank you, Susan. Yes, this is our latest consumer campaign, which is aimed at encouraging kind of good food safety and food hygiene habits amongst consumers. This is a research-based campaign, so we've been working very hard with colleagues in CERD and elsewhere to test out different kind of campaign approaches, and we've taken a slightly kind of new creative approach, which again has been tested, something which hopefully is eye-catching and visual, recognising that this mainly for us plays out over our digital channels. So as Susan said, the kind of strapline is Bacteria Love It Here, and we're aiming the campaign at different demographics, including those who are not necessarily the primary cook in the household, so people who may be less familiar with kind of good food safety practices. So the campaign launched on the 7th of June, so just about 10 days ago, and so we'll be able to come back to board with the evaluation as we go through the different stages of the campaign.
Great, thank you. If there are no... Oh, Margaret.
Hi, thank you. I've got a couple of questions which may go to you as well, Susan. Because we've just been talking about the campaign, I'll do that one first. Are there any cost implications? And it was really good to hear you say that you're looking to give out good, clear, simple, science-based messages. One of the issues, I think, with younger people is that where you get shared flats and apartments, keeping all the meat in one place and all the veggies in another place, as you're meant to do, is very difficult. I don't know how we deal with that, but I think increasingly where people have shared fridges, that's one to just think about, very simple one. And then the other one is on SPS, and I'm looking really for assurances about where any new agreement might undermine the work that we're currently doing. And I just wondered what work we're doing or how we're working out how to get a decent balance between continuing the work that we have to do without wasting precious resources, both staff and money, on processes that might have to change or even be discarded under a future SPS agreement.
Shall we get Claire to do the comms question first, and then Katie can try and give us a succinct answer to the SPS one, although I suspect that's the tip of the iceberg.
Thank you. So, yes, Margaret, in response to your question about costs, yes, there is a cost to the campaign, both in the production of the kind of creative assets and in some social media advertising that we're doing. But one of the approaches we're increasingly taking is working with partners to get our message out, because we will never have the budgets that enable us to kind of reach the entirety of the audiences that we're aiming at. So those partnerships are really key to us. I think our other campaign, our business campaign, which is also mentioned in Katie's report, has been up and running for slightly longer, and we've seen some really good results from partners communicating that on our behalf. So that's a very effective mechanism for us now. And in terms of the broader point about flat shares and things like that, students are actually one of the key audiences for our consumer campaign, and obviously student flat shares are a common way of living, I guess, for students.
Thank you. Katie, SPS.
Yes, I think you've asked the million-dollar question, Margaret. So in terms of, first of all, making sure that SPS protects consumer safety and public health, that is our core job to advise on. That's what we will do in our technical advice to the negotiations. And I think if we have any concerns that it would not, we will be raising those with the board appropriately, and the board will want to think about how they act. But at the moment, I would say I'm feeling confident that it's possible to reach an SPS agreement that does do that. In terms of...
Katie, let me just interrupt there for a second. I mean, I think the other thing to remember is that although over the last few years we have noted moments of divergence, I can't think of any occasions where the board has noted with concern something that was happening in the EU. And I think, this is a partner in whom we trust in their food standards. And so we will keep arguing for that. But actually, I think that's probably okay. The keeping people safe is not the bit that concerns me.
I would agree, and obviously a large amount of our food legislation is assimilated law that we inherited from the EU. So there's still a lot of commonality. But as you say, there is divergence that has been happening over the last few years. And I do think that the SPS agreement gives a new context in which we have to look at our work. Now, we don't have an agreement yet, and we don't know exactly what it's going to say. And in the meantime, we have to carry on doing our job. But I think that we should look differently, potentially, at some work that would create divergence. So I would suggest to the board that we should be less willing to start new work that creates divergence unless we think it is essential for public health reasons, for example, unless there are some areas of work where we've got government priorities and funding, which I would definitely want to carry on with. But it changes the balance, I think, of decisions about what we say are our priorities. And one of the things that we will be doing internally as we gear up as the agreement is negotiated is looking again at our priorities and saying, where do we need to put our effort in this new context?
So, a work in progress, and I'm sure it's one that we'll return to at board meetings over the next year or however long it may take until we know the details. Okay, I think that's it on that item. Slightly early, but that's fine because we've got some really important policy papers to discuss today. So that it's good to have a little bit of extra space. So turning now to the next item on the agenda, and that's the further discussions on national level regulation. So I think we're going to be joined for this item by Andrew Ashworth, who's Head of Business Compliance, and also Nathan Barnhouse, who's the Head of Regulatory Compliance. Is Nathan with us?
He's on the screen.
Oh, okay. Not on my screen, but hopefully on somebody's screen. Anyway, the board will recall that we asked officials to continue their engagement with stakeholders over this, recognising that this was really thinking about a whole different way of working. And we asked them to come back to us with a plan for the next steps. I'm going to hand over to Beth, who I think is going to introduce this paper and really tell us where those conversations have reached. Thanks, Beth.
Thanks very much. And I'd also just like to acknowledge Carmel Linsky, who's led much of this work and not able to be here today. So today we're bringing to the board both the specifics around the next steps following the NLR trial, and then also longer-term questions on evolution of the regulatory system. All this, of course, in the context that we've already discussed of government's expectation that regulation does more to support growth and innovation, and all of the change coming from the SPS negotiations. So the board gave us a steer in September 24 to lead an engagement process, and we formed a senior stakeholder forum, the purpose of which was to generate and agree immediate next steps for the national level regulation trial. And we're pleased to say that went well and has concluded in 3 things that we've agreed to take forward with the board's support. The first one is sharing insights with local authorities, which could be via circular or via FSA link. The purpose of this would be to help local authorities focus their intervention activities, and it would include a feedback loop so that LAs could feed their own findings back as well. The second of the immediate next steps builds on this, and it develops a mechanism to use inspection plans working with primary authorities that would enable the FSA to feed in insights and intelligence to help the primary authorities, to notify the local authorities, and just improve that feedback loop and enable more informed choices about interventions. And then the third is to ensure data access provides the right level of information to give assurance to local authorities. And that means understanding data governance, assuring compliance, testing data security, and governance that builds trust in the data. So with the board's agreement, we can get underway immediately with planning for these through our existing team and resources. However, it will require significant design work by our team as reciprocal data sharing. It takes some thought, and we will continue to engage with the members of the Strategic Stakeholder Forum following the output of that process. So we'd intend to start testing at the end of August. Beyond the scope of that Strategic Stakeholder Forum exercise, we've also heard demand from other national level food businesses to utilise their own assurance data and processes to improve regulation, not least the ones who are audited by retailers already, such as manufacturers. And the second thing in our board paper today is to ask for your support in doing a discovery exercise into manufacturing, which we would bring back to the board in December. The final thing that we've been focusing on is broader stakeholder engagement on regulatory reform, taking forward the building blocks that were agreed by the board in December 2023 and building on a decision by the board a year later in December 24 where you asked us to explore system-wide challenges and solutions through deeper dialogue with stakeholders. And this obviously sets national level regulation in a broader context as one of a number of potential interventions. So we held an event convening a wide range of players from across the system and across the country on the 20th of May to develop a shared sense of context, principles, and the outcomes sought through food regulation. There was strong support for the principles of safety and trust as the pillars of food regulation, and we've already talked about transparency today, and that was another principle that had strong support. Another principle that we discussed, we suggested, for discussion's sake, we suggested informed as a good principle of food regulation. And in fact, what we heard from the room was actually we want an empowered system which underpins outcome-based regulation. There was call for a system-wide view on risk, particularly around emerging sectors. And there was also, from that event, a strong message around the power of guidance, both to be as clear as possible and, drawing on the communication conversation we had earlier, communicated in as appropriate way as possible for the audience using the latest technology available to us. So, to conclude my opening remarks, in the wider context of the SPS negotiations, of the Regulation for Growth agenda, and of the emerging food strategy, we're aware that in the coming months, what's asked of the Food Standards Agency may change. One opportunity that this period of uncertainty gives us is a bit of space to work up and assess clearer options for reform, taking those principles and the outcomes that we've discussed with stakeholders and building on that conversation and engaging more, learning from the national level regulation work, and considering some of the other potential areas for reform which develop from the building blocks, things like enhanced registration, cost recovery, building capability and capacity, earned recognition. So we would be grateful today for the board's view on level of ambition on this agenda, and we propose to bring you back conclusions for a further discussion in December. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Beth. I'm going to suggest there's quite a lot in there, so I think we should just divide this discussion up a little bit. And firstly, just think about the immediate next steps in relation to the pilot projects that we've already been running and the engagement with the retailers and so on with that. Shall we start there? Mark and then Anthony.
Thanks, Susan. And as you know and colleagues know, I've been quite closely connected with this programme and project. I seem to recall saying, I think at the last board meeting, that I was excited with anticipation for this paper and the options it would bring. I have to be entirely honest and say that that excitement really hasn't been fulfilled by this paper. I'm a little bit disappointed that it lacks ambition and that it seems to really not pursue the opportunities that are available to us here with the kind of pace that I was hoping we would achieve, recognising that we asked for this to be paused whilst we engaged with stakeholders. I would like to recognise and congratulate our civil servants who have engaged with those regulators. I know that's been well received, and I know that there have been some very frank and very honest conversations informing our views going forward, and that actually has been a really good piece of work to be undertaken to build trust in this process. The proposed next steps that are in here, to me, they feel very technical and administrative. They don't feel like they're going to move us really to capture the benefits that might be available, I think would be available, as we recognised in previous conversations, to make our regulation in this space more effective, both to protect consumers better, but also to support businesses and support growth. And I think just adopting kind of technical information sharing next steps is or stands the risk of being a wasted opportunity. There is a specific mention at 3.5 in the report about sharing business insight via primary authority inspection plans. Later in the report, I think in one of the annexes, there are some different options around primary authority inspection plans, which we say we've incorporated, but actually that in 3.5 doesn't reflect what is later in the annex. Later in the annex talks about making better use of primary authority inspection plans. It may surprise colleagues to know there aren't that many primary authority inspection plans in place, and I think this is a really good opportunity to support primary authorities and encourage them to put more of those inspection plans in place using the data that we're collecting from businesses who are engaged in this project. I do have to recognise that our businesses who are engaged in the pilot continue to be engaged, and I think it's reflected in the report. That is at some cost to them, and I think that's right that they should engage and meet their own costs for doing that. But they quite rightly will want to see some benefit for doing that. And I don't think that the proposals we've got in here really demonstrate a great benefit either for consumers or for the businesses involved.
Okay, Mark, the team will know I've expressed a little bit of that kind of frustration. I mean, firstly, I think we should acknowledge that there has been a lot of engagement, and that has been really important. I think there is now at least a consensus on the value of using data in the system. But I think what you're expressing is that we're not actually moving to actually doing that. We're still doing a lot of talking about it rather than actually making tangible forward progress, which is not to underestimate the value of taking people with us. But I do share some of your concerns. Anthony.
Thank you, Chair. WIFAC and WIFAC discussed this paper. I think the committees were very happy to praise the level of stakeholder engagement that has been carried out and the fact that the paper highlights the importance of trust going forward. But from our point of view, we were taking it from a sort of effectiveness, efficiency and benefits and what difference is it going to get. So some of the questions that we were posing was, how are efficiencies going to be quantified? What benefits to resources will national level regulation actually bring? And what does success look like in terms of this? So it was those, where's it going, what's it going to do, what difference is it going to make, were the real questions we were trying to get at.
Rhian.
Thank you, Chair. Just to build on that, so firstly, also acknowledging the amount of stakeholder engagement. It's been key. I suppose the next steps bit is quite technical, and so I didn't hear anything from the WFAC or in our NIFAC meeting that would push against that, and it almost feels like that would happen anyway if we can find the right frameworks to do it in and data sharing. There's the bit in the paper about looking at the manufacturing sector, felt. We had some comments around that, and one comment that came through was that the retail, and you mentioned it actually, Beth, the retailers audit their supply chains and they audit their manufacturers, and there was a query as to whether we need to be looking at manufacturers ourselves or whether through the retailers there is a way to, you know, because we don't have limitless resource here and we have to focus. If we're going to push this forwards and show that it'll work and show that it provides the benefits, we can't dilute ourselves too much. But the fact that retailers are so absolutely concerned about their manufacturers perhaps helps us in that part of it. So thank you.
Good. Any more questions on those two items, Fiona?
Thank you, Susan. I think this is a huge bit of work potentially and a big change programme. And I sort of feel that the technical detail is important at this stage just to try and get some of the mechanics right. I think there's a critical bit that's missing on the data sharing. We haven't really considered what happens if there's a problem in the system and whether access to the shared data then gets blocked in the interests of the organisation that has the problem or supposedly has the problem. And I think, you know, there are probably some legal boundaries there that would prohibit data sharing at a time when we might most need it if we've come to rely on it. And I think it's really important that we scrutinise that piece. I think there is, as ever, the ongoing challenge on the ground with the local authority teams and considering the capacity that might be needed to engage with some of this additional work, or whether our management information data systems will smooth some of that through when they get up and running. But you know, these are the practicalities of what the foundations are going to need to embed in order to move forward into this space. On the manufacturing side, I think one area that might enable you to start the inquiry quite quickly will be to do what Rhiannon says and to start to explore what happens with private label suppliers. They're part of the retail business. Most of those suppliers are supplying multiple retailers. They are manufacturers in their own right, but it would start to enable you to step into those processes and understand the data aspects, and it might be a quick way of getting some insight before you move directly into looking at how to transfer this sector. And I think the final piece that does worry me is how this then segments potentially the system into big players and small players longer term, because it doesn't reflect the ongoing needs to support and regulate the smaller businesses that don't have central data systems.
Yeah, sorry, Susan, I had one more point to make and I missed it off my list, so my apologies. But it relates to the Senior Steering Forum, because a lot of the proposals that we have for next steps seem to have rooted from that forum, and that forum seems to be made up pretty much entirely of our absolutely vital partners, but in local authority service delivery, and I'm just looking for some reassurance that actually we are taking a balanced approach to our next steps and that we're not letting one interest group have control of what those next steps might be.
Okay, Fiona?
Sorry, there was one more point I want to make. Continue to ask that we look at some form of engagement online. You know, it's 10% of retail grocery now. 44 million meals are ordered online, and we don't have any toe in the water even, apart from a voluntary online charter.
Tim?
Yeah, just a quick add to that. I was very pleased to see the level of engagement and building up at least an approach that people were engaged with the various lobbies as well as interest groups. But I think my slight concern was there's a lot of process that we're describing, and the concern that, you know, we get into an industry of the process. One of the things I really took away that was a positive, that we set out in Annex C, the building blocks, and then we've got the responses to some of that. But if we could articulate more fully, I think, the visionary architecture of what we're trying to aspire to, and also look for ways to expedite towards that where there are willing partners to do it, then is that something that we could explore more fully, as well as and in addition to obviously doing the work around exploring how we can best use data.
Okay, Margaret.
Susan, we seem to have moved on to the broader stuff.
Well, I hope not. 'Cause
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So what I think we've heard is quite a lot of, great praise for the engagement work that's been done. I think Mark makes a very valid point about the composition of the steering group, and I was really surprised not to see that there were any representatives from retailers, for example, who are absolutely critical to this. So I think it would be good to look at that again, or at least to ensure that we're engaging with the people who are affected by also affected by this. We've heard some reservations about going down the route of manufacturers for practical reasons, but I think also whilst we're struggling to make as much progress as the board had hoped on retailers, I'm loath to sort of encourage you to start opening up another front. And I think this real question of wanting to have a much clearer articulation of what does success look like, and I think Anthony phrased it well, is, can we quantify what the expected benefits are, where, and who those benefits are to, so that we've just got a stronger sense of what the prize might be. If we can pull this off, what is the prize? I can see Katie is itching to come in on this, and of course Katie did led a lot of the early development of this. So I'm going to go to Katie and then ask Beth just to respond to those things, and then I promise the board we will get on to the wider environment. Katie.
Thanks, Susan. And I sort of feel Mark's frustration, because I feel like it has taken us 9 months to get back to the point that we were at when we came to the board again on this last year. I think that has been really worthwhile work, because you will remember the reaction we got when we tried to set out a more visionary where we might go framework without everybody on board. And we had a very, very strong push from the members of that senior steering forum for what they call co-design. And co-design is slow. And I think what's important to me, I don't mind if it's technical, is that it makes a difference. And I think within those immediate next steps proposals, the idea that we can use the data that the business is showing us to then inform national inspection plans is the really critical thing, because if we can get to the point where local authorities are able to go, I have assurance through this national inspection plan vehicle about what's going on with this business, and therefore I can take a different approach, that's a critical step. It may sound a bit pedestrian in the paper, but that's a big deal, and it only works if the local authorities and the primary authorities trust us and trust the process, which is why we've had to invest in it, and the team has worked really, really hard on that. But I think the board's warnings about, don't lose the businesses in this are really, really well made.
Beth, did you want to add anything in particular to any of those comments?
Only a little. I think I also really welcome the challenge on measuring what success looks like in cost benefit, and I agree that is a really important part of the next stage of this work on NLR, and potentially NLR in relation to other things as well. The technical detail, grateful for your comments, Fiona, that the technical detail is quite complex legally in terms of engagement, and it sounds small, and it could be more ambitious, but even what we've proposed will take our team's time to deliver and be complex in places. And the SSF was really successful group. It has delivered what it set out to deliver. We will keep engaging with those people. But I think this is a segue to the next segment. We will absolutely broaden out who we're engaging with, and we did that on the 20th of May.
Thanks. Can I just come in on that specific point? Because I just want to give you a reassurance, Mark, that whilst the Senior Stakeholder Forum was made up predominantly of people from the EHO community, we did have a number of set-piece events where retailers, experts from industry, people from academia were all coming together alongside our sort of like broader FSA technical capability. So whilst the forum was very much focused on the technical aspects, which I do think are important in building the trust and the foundations for what it is we're going to need to do in the future, there were sort of like other stakeholders that were involved as well.
Okay, let's. I'm conscious of time, so let's just think about this, the longer-term plan, and I'm also want us to think about that first in terms of what we can hope to achieve, but also in terms of prioritisation for the FSA. This is the first paper up today, but there's a lot more to come, with a lot more work to come. So I also just ask the board to really think about how much time and effort we want the organisation to spend on this realistically over the next 6 months, whilst there's going to be a lot of other things going on as well. That's not casting a vote one way or the other, but I just want us to bear that in mind. So Margaret, you were trying to start this conversation.
Well, I think this is really important work, and I think when we first discussed this as a board, the prize was to reduce the burden on local authorities and to reduce duplication, and that's putting it very simply. And therefore, I think we should be pushing ahead with this work. And then secondly, I think we must acknowledge that sharing technical information is actually a big leap for businesses who may be worried about commercial interests and giving that away to rivals. Again, very simple point. And then thirdly, slightly based on some interesting discussions we had from Marston's and ACOR, who spoke to us last night. We often meet stakeholders around the board, and not necessarily directly in this area, but they were talking about how at the level of these big companies, they do carry out their own audits. And I think thinking much more long term, you asked what is the ambition. The ambition has to be that in a time where resources are pushed, in a time where well done on the spending review, but it is going to be flat, and well done to Ruth and her team on that. We're going to have to be pushed on that. I think in the long term, we know these companies do their own audits. We must be thinking in the back of our minds when future strategic decisions are made. We must be thinking strategically about how we can capture some of this, because a lot of it is duplication of the work that we're doing, and we do have these resource pressures.
Thank you. Comments from others? I don't know if Fiona or Mark, who've been sort of most involved in the NLR thinking, wanted to comment on the sort of bigger process. Well, let's pick up this question. I mean, I think if we go back to that building block paper, we were all incredibly excited about the potential that this is a real opportunity to make a fundamental shift in the way that we regulate food businesses, in the way we use resources and so on. And I don't think anything has come up which has deterred us from that view that this is the right direction of travel. So for me, this is really about pace and being realistic about that. So Mark expressed, I think all of us acknowledge, maybe this hasn't moved as quickly as we might have hoped, and that was in the first step. So the question for me is, do we really want to be pushing forward on the next steps whilst we still haven't really got the first step over the line? And I'd welcome some thoughts from the team really on that, to what extent these are best done in parallel, or whether we should, get one thing done before we move on to the next. I think was it Rian and Mark were trying to come in there, and Anthony. So, Rian.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have the answer, but I suppose when you look at, so the context around us has changed, hasn't it, since? So I think I would agree with you. I don't think my view on the principles of why we're doing this have altered. I think it's still a really good progress and step forward. But in the context we are now operating in, and will be for the next months and years, would it still make our top 3-5 things that we need to do in the context of Annex E, which is about the other reform work that we're doing? So if that's the question, if we need to ask that question, then that's something the board, I would say, need to ponder, isn't it? Because there are some very big ticket items in Annex E that if we all went away and had to think about it, would probably trump this work in terms of urgency and what the benefits might be. So I agree with you, though. I don't think that I've changed my view in how important it is.
Yeah, thanks, Susan. I think in terms of the other building blocks and so on, I haven't lost my enthusiasm for them. I think they've all got a lot of value to add, but recognising that we do have to prioritise the work that we are going to do with all the other pressures that are likely to come our way in the next couple of years, I think there may be a question of we should get the NLR thing right first before we dedicate resources into this other area. And included in that, I would have to say, I think we should get it right in the space we're working on now and not expand it into other spaces like manufacturing, like hospitality, as we were hearing about last night. If we get it right for the retailers, actually, then it's, I would hope, easier to roll out the principles that we will have put right in place into those other sectors. And I do think in terms of the next steps, just some slight changes of wording could give us a really good positive way forward. I mentioned the issue around inspection plans, just adding into the recommendations that we agree with that we want to encourage greater use of inspection plans, which isn't there at the moment, actually would move us a long way to achieving what we want to achieve. And we can build that into the co-design that we're then working with rather than do it as a separate strand later.
I think at the moment we're on a cusp of a sea change in just basically everything that's going to happen in society going forward, if I'm being honest. I think the level of data that's now being produced, people are throwing away paper records, everybody's computerizing, everybody's getting into big data, AI is coming down, and there's going to be a lot of different ways to do it. So I think this is really important work, and I think being able to access that data and get at it is very important as well. But my question, or the question I'll pose, is we're not the only ones in this field. Have we looked at what others are doing, and have we found any other systems that sort of go where we want it to go? In other words, are there any shortcuts? I'm a great person for shortcuts and not reinventing wheels, if I'm being honest. So a bit like the science, if somebody else is doing it and they're getting it right or appear to be getting it right, is there stuff that we can do that maybe cuts out some of those building blocks because they already exist?
And then Fiona, and then I'll come to Margaret quickly, and then I'm going to come to officials because we need to move on. Fiona.
Thank you. I want to slightly contradict what you said, Mark, in that I do think that if we focus just on retail at this point, we are not cross-referencing whether that system does work for other sectors. It could be dealt with by having advice coming into the senior steering forum from some of the representative bodies. I'm also thinking of some of the independent auditing and certification organisations. Those institutions and operations have got knowledge across sectors, and they can probably help inform whether what we're looking to invent, if you like, is going to be usable and transferable across. So I just wanted to make that point.
And for clarity, I'm totally, as far as direct next steps are going, I'm with Mark in that we've got to get it right now. Absolutely not broadening. My points were very much talking about future, big thinking, strategic, much broader. In the future, we should be thinking about how we reduce duplication in a broader field.
Okay, Katie, did you want to come in on these wider things? And then I'll go to Beth.
Yeah, just on I thought it might be helpful to give the board my take on what I think the priorities are. I think our absolute priority needs to be putting in place a system where national level data that we are getting access to is then used to make regulation better on the ground, to direct local authorities to the right places, inform it. That's a massive win on its own if we can do that. And it's a principle that whether or not you decide that we're going to be the national regulator in future, it's a principle you could probably start to read across not just to manufacturing but to lots of other parts of our work, because data is the future for regulation. Informed regulation needs to look at the data that exists. So that is absolutely number one. I still think it is going to be really important for us in the FSA to set out a vision for how the regulatory system works in the future, and the regulation that's delivered mainly by local authorities across 600,000 food businesses. There is a lot that needs to be done to reform that, and I think we've made quite a lot of progress in thinking about what that might look like, regulation at the right level, what are the right enforcement powers, what do the public need to see. We're asking the right questions. We've got a bit of a vision. I don't think that the rest of the landscape is with us on that vision yet. In an SPS context where a lot of our work is going to have to be diverted to doing that kind of support over the coming months, I don't think there is a desperate priority for us to push that policy work I've just described very, very hard right now. I think we could use the rest of this year to continue those conversations we've started, to talk to other people about what they think should happen, to get people more on the same page, so that when we are ready to go with that reform vision and programme, we start in a stakeholder landscape where people know what we're talking about and want to work with us. I think that could be really, really useful, but I absolutely do not want to lose this reform vision.
Thanks, Katie. That's really helpful. I think probably we'll. I think you summed it up nicely. We've got to get to this point of national level data being used to improve local action, and we need a much more tangible steps to get there, which comes back to this: what we the board need to see what are the benefits we're striving for, how we're going to get there, and so on. I think there's been a strong encouragement to broaden out the expertise that's coming into the room, not just from businesses. I think Fiona's suggestion about getting some of the assurance schemes people in and so on is really important. If we're going to do that, I do think we need to be thinking more about out of home. If we look at how many businesses there are, that's where local authorities are spending a lot of time. We've heard that retailers have good sight over their supply chain, but it feels to me that out of home is much more different, and therefore if you're trying to develop this plan that how are we going to use national level data, then if you don't know how it's going to work in out of home, you're not easily going to be able to infer that from other things. So if that's where the focus is, then for me out of home becomes sort of more important to our thinking than manufacturers. I don't know how. That's not to suggest we embark on a whole piece of work on it, but it's just about prioritisation of looking beyond. And then I think what you were suggesting, Katie, is that we need to set out a vision for future regulation and communicate it better, but maybe not necessarily. Maybe the board can't realistically expect to see much progress on that in the short term, simply because of capacity. And I'm seeing a number of nods around the table. I think that's fine. I think we would be satisfied if we saw that first part delivered. But we've got to get beyond just talking and get into doing and having something much more tangible on the table, so that those businesses that have invested in this already start reaping some benefits, so that local authorities who've given up a lot of time in helping us with this co-design work start to see the benefits. I think that's absolutely crucial. And if we're prioritising, I think the mood is let's get something done and delivered, and obviously keep the thinking on the longer term bit going, but maybe that's not where the resource needs to go right now. That's a sort of rather probably going a bit further than anybody's actually sort of said during the course of that discussion, but is that the sentiment in the board? I can see people nodding. So you talked, Beth, about coming back in December with this sort of bigger, more expert, and I'm not really sure that's what it's about. I think what we'd really like to see in December is the first part of that really nailed down. That seems a more realistic ask. That is not to lose sight of the bigger plan at all, but I can talk with Katie after this meeting, and depending where we get to in terms of our subsequent discussions about where the priorities are. But I think just being realistic, we cannot do everything. Is that fair? Tim, did you want?
Yeah, thank you for that excellent summary. I mean, I think there's definitely an impetus to get the national level data retailing over the line and to have very practical and well-described steps for doing that, and so that we can quantify that. I wouldn't want to lose sight of the broader applicability of the principles to other sectors, because it could well be a solution for other problems that we'll probably be discussing down the line today. What would be helpful, though, as we go through the process, is some quantitation of the dividend that will be achieved in terms of opportunity and efficiency, particularly in relation to more localised businesses and how local authorities operate, and how that could be extrapolated to other areas. Obviously, we'll be talking about meat charging later, for example, and one cannot help but see an overlay in any future strategies to other sectors.
Great, thank you. But thanks to the team. I know there has been a lot of work on this, so thank you, Nathan, Andrew, for joining us, sitting quietly, but hopefully it's helpful to hear that discussion. And thanks to Beth and Rachel, who've been leading on this. Okay, let's move on to our next item. So this is back to another old chestnut, market authorisation modernisation, and pleased to be joined by Peter Quigley, who's our Deputy Director of Regulatory Services. So, as everybody knows, we've been working really hard to enhance our market authorisation service for some time. I am absolutely delighted that in this case our initial reforms have already come into play, and it's great to have got those over the line, and we're now looking at the next phase. This paper was, has been in discussion and planning for a good while, and was actually drafted ahead of the EU UK summit. And of course, subsequent to that and the news of the government's intentions to negotiate an SPS agreement, we've really got to think very, very carefully about the next steps for reform. So this was, a service that we lift and shifted from the EU into the UK. I think we've done a great job in really improving that. There's some proposals in front of you for the next steps of what we could do. But in thinking about those next steps, we need to be very, very mindful of, where the discussions may go over the next period. So, Peter, why don't I ask you just to talk us through the paper, and then we'll kick off the discussion. Thanks.
Thank you, Susan. So, building on our initial set of reforms to streamline the market authorisation service by removing renewals and SIs, which came into force earlier this year, we now come to board with further modernisation proposals. There are 5 proposals which board is invited to discuss and agree to. These are outlined in detail at section 3, and in headline terms they are: reviewing the decision-making process to bring us into step with other regulators, clarifying roles and responsibilities in legislation, using other regulators' risk assessments, using a European Union reference laboratory reports, and creating a process for authorisation of feed for particular nutritional purposes, known as PARNUTs, and extraction solvents. So as Susan's alluded to, the operating context is evolving, and as outlined in sections 2 and 4 of the paper, our ambition to negotiate an SPS agreement with the EU is likely to have a considerable bearing on these proposals. However, we seek Board's agreement in principle to the proposals set out in the paper, on the understanding that further changes may be needed as the SPS negotiations progress. So therefore, in section 6 on next steps, we set out that if the board agreed that these proposals look to be on the right lines, we should continue to develop them, continue to factor in the SPS context, continue to engage with ministers, and potentially launch a consultation as a logical next step. It's worth noting too that Food Standards Scotland will be discussing a similar paper later this morning and are recommending to their board that these reforms are incorporated into wider work to design the post-SPS market authorisation regime and to consult on the remaining changes required once the whole SPS package is now clear. I'll hand back to the chair now and invite any comments or questions.
Thank you very much, Peter. That was a very good summary. This real tension here in our enthusiasm for reform, which we do think is important in terms of supporting pro-regulatory innovation and the possibility that reforms that we make, there are circumstances from the SPS that those may not be possible. So it is it's very, very. Yeah, there's a real conflict of interest there. It might be helpful if I just update board members on the conversations that I've had with ministers recently about this. I mentioned that I've met with ministers in England, Wales and Northern Ireland recently. And I'm pleased to say that they are, in principle, very supportive of these reforms and recognise that this will help us to deliver a more efficient service. The Health Minister Sarah Murphy in Wales was supportive of the principle of further reform, but was particularly keen that we should have further discussions on the mechanism, the legislative mechanisms by which that's achieved, not only thinking about the SPS context, but also thinking about the devolved, the relationships with the devolved administrations. And that comes back to the point that Peter made. This is a service that we deliver in collaboration with Food Standards Scotland, and so we need to really work closely with them in thinking about the next steps. As Peter said, it's going to their board today, probably almost at the same moment. But Heather Kelman and I are going to catch up about this post board and think about what the next steps look like. So I think that what I would really like and value from colleagues today is a sort of steer. Do you broadly or do you agree with these proposals? I think that's the first question. And then the second question is a sort of steer about how you think we might progress in terms of thinking about opportunities to put them into action. So, given that I've mentioned the importance of the devolved situation quite a bit there, it would probably be good just to hear from WFAC and NIFAC about any conversations at your advisory board meeting, and then I'll open it up to the rest of the board. Anthony?
From the NIFAC perspective, we thought it was a good paper. We support the proposals. But the one thing that the committee members thought that was lacking was an appeals mechanism. Now, they didn't want to actually make this system any more difficult than it currently is, but whether or not there should be, after doing such a range of work, an appeal mechanism within it, I can see reasons for and against, but it was just a question that I thought I should pose.
I can knock that one off my list. So from the WFAC perspective, yes, supportive of the proposals. I could probably draw a line between the first three on your list there, Peter, and the remaining two, in the sense, given the context that we're operating in and the uncertainties ahead. So I think reviewing the decision-making process, I think the paper sets that out really clearly, the driver for it, and it's good to get the update that ministerially that principle has landed and is supported. So I think from the Wales perspective, it's just in support of our minister and her continued sort of option to be appraised of authorisations coming through the system, and when that opportunity for a call-in, for ministerial call-in, might arise. I mean, I know we don't have that detail yet, but we've certainly will have thought it through. I wouldn't mind a comment on that, is that when might a minister get to see and then perhaps say, I'm happy for the FSA to make that decision, or step in, would be, just a comment on that would be really useful, Peter. I think, yes, just then that final comment around, as we always do, transparency. So if the FSA are going to take something through and approve it, we must absolutely continue to prioritise the transparency of that, so that everyone, hopefully in a four-nation working, gets to see that to its fullest extent. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Questions, Tim?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I support the proposals, and I'm really pleased to see that we've set out the various steps. I guess it's not been that long, really, since we were part of the European process, and it's important to recognise where there has been divergence and where there's benefit in that divergence and how we handle that, as well as any concordance with the EU process. And obviously, you know, we have a sort of national oversight in our process now. We ourselves take that forward. I noticed that we have our own regulated products application portal, and unlike the EU, there's no fee, and I wonder what any prospective view in the future would be, because of course we have been developing our own process alongside any question about any dynamic alignment. So that's quite an important issue, particularly as we look to our own challenge on resources. I notice we have our own register of novel foods, and that's distinct from the EU list. So obviously, you know, sort of clarity on where the strategic alignment would allow us to take benefit from the EU. I think we pick up that here, but also to sort of learn more about that. And the point just raised opposite around transparency, I think is really important, because we offer stakeholders a chance to comment before final decisions. So integrating that so that there is a degree of public transparency and accountability. And then looking at the divergences of benefit, thinking through how we manage novel foods that are benefit on a growth agenda as well. At the last board meeting, I'd set out in broad the sort of steps that we follow, and it's still, I think, quite difficult for organisations outside of the regulatory framework to understand the steps involved, the transparency and their rights to appeal or not, or to challenge what's going on, particularly when it comes to things where they feel that they might transgress a process. So clarity about that process, setting that out graphically, still, I think, remains an important thing that I don't feel we've really presented back to the board yet, despite on the last board, yourself, Susan, saying it'd be helpful to have these steps set out more clearly. So I think they're probably points of detail, but important detail that perhaps we need to come back to.
Thanks, Tim. So I think what you have done there is really think about the wider service and how it operates, rather than these specific reforms. Yeah. So. Well, let me. So I agree that they're all important points about how the service runs. They're all, as you say, relevant in thinking about SPS. And what I think I'm going to suggest, really to sort of park that bit of discussion for now, is to ask officials to provide the board with a briefing on what we imagine the possible post-SPS arrangements might look like. Now, we're having to second guess. We don't know what that's going to be. But I imagine officials have got a better sense than perhaps we have as to what the, couple of most plausible models might be. I think it would be helpful if the board had just a private briefing about that, really, because that will help us to think more clearly about the things we should be prioritising now, because they're essentially no regret reforms which are going to be relevant in all circumstances. So I think that will pick up a number of your points, Tim. The more general comments, which we've now heard from several people about transparency, clarity, appeals. We also had a question to the board about that too. Again, that is I think is a separate issue to the reforms, and is something that we should ensure that we are doing as well as we can in the way we deliver this service. Because, you know, SPS is not going to happen tomorrow. We are going to be authorising products for some while yet. And so we absolutely want to make that system as good as it can be, good in terms of good, safe outcomes for consumers, good for businesses in that it's as unonerous as it can be, and good for the FSA in that it's as efficient as it can be, and we don't, you know. So there are definite benefits in us taking action. So things like use of other regulators, assessments, clarifying roles and responsibilities and legislation, those to me just feel really crucial things that are going to help us deliver a better service right now. So I've got myself muddled up there. So we've got one, we're going to pause that how the service runs we'll return to. We must try to ensure we work as openly, transparently as we can in what we're doing now, and that we do that as efficiently as possible. And I haven't heard anybody push back against any of the reforms that have been suggested in the paper. That's where I think we're up to. Any further comments from people about this? Margaret?
I do think that it's really important that ministers have now been telling you that they don't think they should be involved in this operational side of things, because that really doesn't make sense. So that is a big simplification. So I think that's got to be a priority.
That's the net effect of it. I think I'd phrase it slightly differently, as opposed in the sense that they were confident in the FSA being able to delegate that responsibility to us, with the important proviso that there would be a mechanism for them calling it in, and we need to work out what that will look like. But I'm imagining we would tell them in advance, these are the upcoming ones. Anyway, we'll work.
Could even be a final appeal, but that's just an idea being thrown out, so don't take that as anything other than an idea coming out of here. And then just to point out the obvious, which we're back to the balance of fulfilling our legal duties, making sure we can do that, but not wasting time if eventually things do change and we have to slightly change in tune with a new EU agreement.
Yeah, I think this is all going to come down to timing, and until we're clearer on the timing for the SBS negotiations, until we're clearer on what that means in relation to other legislation, it's quite hard to know where these sorts of proposals would slot in. But if people are comfortable that this is the right direction of travel and they're supportive, then I would hope that I, as chair, in conjunction with Katie, can try to work out that the timing issue later, and obviously keep you informed. Mark?
Yeah, just briefly, Susan, to reflect, as you will recall, we had a subgroup of the board looking at some of these issues, and the proposed changes in here actually tie up very nicely with the conversations that took place at that subgroup, so absolutely support them. Yeah,
I mean, this is very much, as I say, if we didn't have SP, this was absolutely phase 2 of the reforms. Katie, did you want to just comment on this?
I think you've picked up much of the point I was going to make about timing. It's very, very helpful to have the board saying, yes, those are the reforms that we should be making next if we're in a sort of steady state system. All of those things need legislation, so they are not quick. And we're in a world where we don't know what the exact legislative framework is going to look like because of the SPS agreement, and it may well be that things like roles and responsibilities of people in the process and who does what will change. So if we can take the board's agreement, take away with Susan the question of what next, and say we will feed the principles that have been agreed here into any thinking about the future of the system, it's possible these proposals will morph again. And it's possible that we will, as we get clarity on what's happening in the SPS process, we'll get more clarity on when we might be able to legislate and how. So it's frustrating because we have been really going so hard on this and so fast, but equally we don't want to waste taxpayers' money or businesses' time pursuing things until we know that they are the right things in that new context.
One thing that I think we should just consider is whether we should go out to consultation on this sort of sooner rather than later. My fear is if we wait till we know everything, we'll then end up being held up by consultation. And I wonder whether it would be helpful to go out with maybe not an uber detailed, but really to find out how our stakeholders feel about these proposals, so that we have that, if you like, on the blocks. I genuinely don't know. I don't want to waste people's time with a consultation which, ends up not being worth it. But several of these, as I say, could benefit our immediate service. And I imagine some of them will also be relevant, for example, the decision-making point in relation to whatever agreement, whatever model we have later. So I suppose I'm minded to consult, but I'd be interested in colleagues' comments on that. Tim?
Obviously, I think that any format of consultation needs thinking through what level of engagement, how it's conducted. But I think it is important to get out there that, currently at the moment there's a situation where business is having to deal with twice the paperwork because of an EU system as well as ours. Different timelines and regulatory expectations, different safety assessments, all those things are a burden on industry and arguably impact on the growth discussions that we have as well. And I think there's an issue there about perhaps setting out what those differences are, and that this is a consideration and that we are mindful of impact on business and to get their reflections back on that. If only to communicate, if not also to get sort of feedback on their views and what it means to them.
Any other thoughts from people about consultation? I mean, it's fine. If not, it's really, Katie.
Thank you. It's something we've definitely discussed, and I think I am, from a sort of accounting officer point of view, I'm reluctant to do something which may not be needed, or to waste the time that people will put into responding to a consultation, consulting on the wrong things. So for me, I think consultation is really important. The question is when and on what. And what I've heard Tim describe isn't a consultation on the proposals, but a process of engagement with business, I think, about the system and particularly its interrelation with the EU and how things might change. I think we should take that away because that's a really useful steer and we definitely need to be out there talking to businesses about all of this. I would be reluctant to put out a consultation on these specific proposals if we don't know that they are the ones that we will be able to take forward. But perhaps we can return to that after the summer and see what the world looks like.
The point about engagement with business, I'm very, very supportive of. However, I just don't think we can do that yet either, since we haven't a clue. So I think that's... Yeah, okay. At which point we'll be back to, thinking about whether we can... I guess what we're debating is, do you go with a formal consultation or do you go with some informal engagement and sort of reading the room a little bit? That's fine for business. It's a bit harder, I think, for us to get the wider stakeholder and consumer input through that process, which is what a public consultation really does allow. Okay, Rhian.
I suppose it was just on that point, Susan. So thinking about the devolved situation, I think what you've done in reaching out to ministers and getting that in principle is very valuable. And reading the paper and knowing the process by which ministers do have to make decisions, it's burdensome on that. So I think what we've come to a point, it's a very valuable thing to look at this decision-making process. Now, consult or not consult, I don't know, and it's a tricky one, isn't it? But I guess in this moment, having that we wouldn't want to lose it, particularly if there are changes in government. So next year, the Senedd will change, and there'll be a churn of people who will have to ministerially relearn about what we do and how we do it. So I just don't want to lose that progress, I suppose, that you've made.
That's an important point. If we've got very broad agreement from ministers, we've got agreement from the board that this is what we want to do, there is a real question about how one consolidates that. In a world of uncertainty, maybe we should consolidate that and then relook at this when the SPS situation is clearer. It's very, very tricky. I'm going to pass over to Rebecca and Peter just to reflect on what you've heard and anything that you want to pull out of that that you think would make useful next steps.
So I just wanted to reflect on the discussion that we've just been having about consultation and engagement, and I would support Katie's suggestion that we perhaps consider going out in the autumn. I know the government has set out their ambition to move at pace on the SPS agreement, and it's possible that we will know more by then, and so we can set it in that context. And also we'll have the opportunity, Susan, to have the discussion with the board that you've requested, so we can take stock and make sure, as Katie says, that we consult on things that are as tailored to what we know about the circumstances as possible, rather than theoretical. I also just wanted to, if I may, directly address the question that we've had to the board about transparency, because that was specifically about the proposals around decision making. And I do agree that I think in most scenarios it's very helpful for us to clarify in our UK context how we work with ministers in all of the countries, and the responsibilities between ministers and the regulator, and perhaps bring those into line, as we've said in the paper, with what happens in other safety regulators, because in most scenarios I think that there's a lot we can do to get more efficient around that. But I just wanted to be crystal clear that none of that changes our absolute commitment to transparency and the process through which we publish the issues that we're considering, whether it's risk analysis or market authorisations, our register of applications, publication of risk assessments, setting out our proposals before a decision is taken. None of that would change, and it's really important to say that, because, as I think Margaret said, it really underpins the trust that people have in our regulatory system.
So, Rebecca, when you said it would be important to clarify the way we relate to ministers and oversight, where are you suggesting clarifying?
So, some of the other proposals that are covered in what we've put forward in the paper also include clarifying exactly who is responsible for which step in the process. So, at the moment, and this is a very technical point, we have to.
So, I suppose my point is: are you suggesting clarifying it in legislation? Are you suggesting clarifying it as in making sure giving a paper to the board, or clarifying it on the website?
I was talking about the reform proposals, which include not only changes to the decision making, the ability of ministers to delegate some decisions to the regulator, but also clarifying exactly who between the minister and the regulator is responsible for undertaking certain steps in the process, because at the moment the regulations are not clear on that point, and we have various administrative workarounds which are not as efficient as they could be.
Okay, so there's clearly a strong encouragement from officials. Basically, this is my as strong as I've heard from Katie, that we shouldn't consult now and we should wait until the autumn. There's many good reasons for doing that. There is one significant drawback, which I just want to make sure colleagues are aware of. If we wanted to try to use the Rule Act to enact some of these changes, we would time out unless we get the consultation out now. Now, that is a sort of somewhat speculative. We don't know that we would have agreement from the devolves to do, or the support of the devolves to do that. We don't even really know what will happen to that in the context of an SPS agreement. But if it was to proceed in the way that we previously assumed it would, we would need to have consulted over the summer in order to be ready in time. So by deciding to delay the consultation, we are effectively putting out of reach that we can make these changes as part of the rule process. Is that fair? So I just want you to know the consequences of effectively agreeing to delay till the autumn. And of course, we then don't know what legislative opportunities there will be. one imagines there'll be something through SPS, and if SPS doesn't happen, then there'll be time for all sorts of things. Katie.
That is correct. I just want to clarify on that. It is not the only legislative vehicle we have. We can make these changes through other statutory instruments. The Rule Act was the most efficient because we could do them all together once. We do not have, at the moment, agreement from ministers in all 3 countries to use the Rule Act. So even if we were to decide we wanted to, we might not be able to. And my advice to the board would be, I think it is highly unlikely that we would get Rule Act legislation to do something which creates divergence from the EU in this context across all 3 countries. So I think my advice to the board would be that this is a reasonable position for us to take, that this looks like it's out of reach now, and we shouldn't rush to consult on it. But I agree it's helpful that Susan draws out that we are closing off that possibility.
I agree. I don't think rule is the appropriate vehicle for this. There will be many vehicles down the line, but as long as we can begin consultation with 3 other jurisdictions to make sure that we can get legislative consent motions, this should go through reasonably straightforward at one go.
Okay, that's been actually a really, really helpful discussion, I think, in clarifying some points. So where we are is we are all remain keen to pursue reform of the Market Authorisation Service. If we're doing that on our own, we've got an absolute next set of plans to do that, and we're ready to go. So our appetite for that remains as strong as ever. However, given the external context, given the very, very low probability of being able to use rule, that it makes sense to wait until after our September board meeting to think about a formal consultation when we will have we hope a better sense of the landscape. It may be later than that. Who knows if we'll know by September? But we need to pause it until it's clearer what the shape of an SPS agreement is going to look like. In the meantime, though, there are. I think the idea of engagement with business is very important. I think as we start to understand what an SPS agreement might mean, I think it's important we have a responsibility to communicate that to businesses so that we do as much as we can to help them prepare for what the future might look like, or at least to understand the options, because these applications are expensive and they're time consuming for businesses, and we want to help them to do it in the best possible way. So the other thing we've agreed is that the team will prepare a briefing for the board to just give us your sort of, reading the tea leaves about what you think the future might look like, just so that we have a sense of what the options might be. And hopefully by the autumn we'll have a little bit more clarity. I think those were the sort of decisions and actions that have come out. Is there anything else I've missed there? And I think the other thing we should say is that, if we go back to being, very joined up with the EU over this, I very much hope that we'll have the opportunity to sort of contribute some of the thinking and the ideas that we've been doing around market authorisations over the last couple of years. I've visited a number of our colleagues in, across Europe over the last year or so, and they are genuinely interested in what we're doing to improve this service. And I think there is a recognition, even in Europe, that it could be more efficient. So I really do hope that all the hard work that's gone into this from officials, all the thinking that's gone in from the board, will find a good home. It's just we don't quite know what that home might look like yet. Okay, on that note, I'm going to close this first session. I think everybody deserves a short break, and we'll reconvene again let's try and reconvene at 11. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody, and we're moving on to two more really important items. Firstly, the evaluation of the meat charging discount, and then on to, well, actually three, our annual incidents report, and then a late paper on Glycerol. So, yes, put your thinking hats on. So, on meat charging, we last discussed this issue at the December board, where we heard some initial findings from the call for evidence, where we had asked the meat sector to really tell us about the impact of the discount for them. And we set the team the task of scoping out the advice and the general approach that we wanted to suggest to ministers. I have been asked about this matter on many, many occasions. There's been a lot of discussion in the trade press about it. And I was really interested to read this paper and to see the proposals that officials have set out. I'm very grateful to the FSA economics team. They work away in the background and they don't come to the fore all that often, but I think their analysis of the disproportionate regulatory burden that's placed on small abattoirs is very helpful to see that quantified, and will enable us to much better understand the impact of the costs of regulation on businesses of different sizes. I won't preempt the paper anymore, just to welcome James Cooper, who's the Deputy Director of Food Policy. James, do you want to introduce the paper and I guess really try to convey to us the current thinking from officials on the meat charging system? Thanks.
Thank you, Susan. So over the last 6 months, we've conducted some extensive engagement with the sector, combined with, as Susan says, our own economic analysis and evidence gathering. The paper sets out our conclusions from this work, which in summary are that we think there is a case for continuing support to the sector in some form. The rationale for this is that it will help deliver wider benefits in terms of diversity in farming and consumer choice for food. We think the case is strongest for small abattoirs, both in terms of their contribution to these wider benefits and the risks to their viability of removing the support they currently have. We don't think there is a good case for universal support through continuing support to the largest businesses, and the case for medium-sized businesses is more nuanced given the variety of business models and processes that they have. Ministers will ultimately need to make the decision to continue any support, so what we're seeking from the board is agreement to the rationale we've set out as the basis for our advice to ministers, to go to them and request their views on continuing support. Assuming that ministers do agree, we will need to develop some criteria for these support if we're moving away from a universal system. And we've set out some principles in the paper for developing these. We would welcome any further steers from the board on things that we should consider as part of these criteria in our discussions with stakeholders as we go forwards. And then finally, we're also asking the board to consider the timelines for implementing the changes. We'd like board agreement to, first of all, starting the work on the criteria as soon as possible, pending a ministerial decision, but recognising that we'll have to have that before we can fully go ahead. We think targeting implementation of any changes for the year 27-28 is the most practical in terms of ensuring that we get good consultation with stakeholders on what options we put forwards. So that's another year beyond where we are currently. But in the meantime, and subject to ministerial agreement, we would like the board's support in aligning the current system as far as possible with the rationale for the financial year 26-27. So that charge setting process will begin in the autumn and move through to next April. And as part of doing that, we'd like to, as far as we can, use the current system to deliver the aims that we've set out in the paper. And I shall leave it there.
Thank you very much, James. I think that was very clear. Let's take this. Well, I'll endeavour to structure this into three parts. If my colleagues play ball with me on this, let's just talk about the sort of large, medium, small distinction and the support that may or may not be needed for each of those sectors. Then the nature of support, and thirdly about the transition arrangements. That's my general working plan. Maybe I say that up front and see how we get on. Anthony, you were keen to come in.
Yes, when we discussed this at NIFAC, they just wanted me to reflect the fact that Northern Ireland has a very different structure than England and Wales in terms of how they work. We don't really have small abattoirs as such. We're also the only part of the UK with a land border to the EU where actually the cattle could travel in to be processed and come back, which wouldn't be good actually for animal welfare and travel and all the rest of it. So there is marked differences, and I think it's just highlighting those differences for Northern Ireland. Overall, I think we're happy enough with the direction of travel. There is the worry that discounts create perverse incentives and trying to avoid those and inefficiencies, and it's just trying to get the systems to work as best they could.
Yes, and I think the paper does note that the situation in Northern Ireland is somewhat different because of the 2 points you make about the size of abattoirs and the relationship with Ireland. Rhian.
Thank you. So on the first topic of small, medium, large, Susan, to support you in your efforts. Welsh Food Advisory Committee then, perhaps not surprisingly, very keen to see any support possible remain for smaller abattoirs, because that is the vast majority of the abattoirs in Wales are on the small side, whatever we end up distinguishing as small versus medium. And so, trying to preserve a discount there, but being, pragmatic about it and understanding that we're, this is a public pot and we're trying to look at it from that through those eyes, is whether we can consider connecting that discount, any remaining discount that we choose to give, with standards and performance and how those abattoirs are doing in the job they're supposed to be doing. Not suggesting any of them are underperforming, but can we connect the discount to better compliance with standards, trying to discourage inefficiencies and that sort of thing. And then last point on the small abattoirs in Wales, just noting that some of them handle multiple species. So there is a complexity there about how we recognise that and where we draw the line between small and medium as well. Their impact on the local economy through that speciation stuff. So thank you.
Thanks, that's very helpful. And yes, I think we should definitely come on to this. If we are going to provide some support, can we use that to incentivise the things that we value, and can we convert that into a clear and transparent and objective system of support? I think the paper is incredibly clear. I mean, for me, paragraph 3.10, which really set out the numbers in absolute terms, that 94% of the total discount paid goes to the largest abattoirs, where the economic analysis, it seems to me, suggests that actually there is very little rationale for why we need that, and where there is the least risk, not no risk, but the least risk that the added cost would be passed on to consumers. So maybe we just take them in turns. Are we comfortable with the proposition that we should substantially reduce, potentially, I think even remove, the support that we provide to large abattoirs? Strong agreement there. Fiona.
I'd like some more information on how we can be looking at assisting that process, if that's the direction of travel, with some of the cost efficiency savings of the work that we're doing on new technology and things. Because I think we have to bear in mind that the larger operations are the ones that invest in that, and that we're working with them on it. They also are large, significant employers, often in rural areas, and they're often having to comply to additional requirements to support the export trade, which is about a fifth of our industry. So I think what I'm saying is I'd like to see further detail on how that would work.
Thank you. I think So what I'm hearing there, not so much is how it would work, but what I think you were saying, just checking, is that in principle you understand the rationale for us reducing the discount. However, that at the same time we ought to be thinking about how we can maybe use some of the resource that's freed up in that to think about how we support innovation, exports and so forth, which are largely coming from those larger abattoirs. Is that a fair summary?
I think what I'm saying is that if the discount is going to be removed, then what cost savings can we use to mitigate that? Working with those larger operators. I mean, I've got some comments on small as well, but that's on the large side.
Okay, and so that goes into the sort of ops modernisation programme that we've been trying to do, and how we use the technology, and maybe we need to return to that at the board. Margaret, and then Mark.
Yeah, thank you. Just in relation to the large abattoirs, I think it's really important for us to recognise, and Fiona's just mentioned, that actually this is not about passing costs on in a large part of their trade to UK consumers. This is about supporting businesses in the export market. And there is a real question about how much taxpayers' money should be used to support that kind of profitability, rather than passing on that additional cost to UK consumers.
Thank you. Okay, so let's move on from the large. I'm going to jump to small, and then we'll come back to medium, because that's where it gets trickier. So small abattoirs, the paper makes a very strong case for the value of these. Well, firstly, for the added costs of regulation, proportionate costs of regulation are much, much higher. I think it was said 9 times higher. Secondly, the value of these to the local economy and to local communities, and the benefits for animal welfare in terms of reduced transport times, which are all things that I think the board would want to support. So are we persuaded that there is a case for ongoing support of some kind and scale to the small abattoir sector? We're comfortable with that? Okay. Margaret, then Tim.
Personally, I think that ongoing is a good thing, but we must make sure that it's not a case of taking money from the larger ones to give to the other ones, that I don't think we should necessarily be increasing. Ongoing, yes, but not increasing.
Thank you. Yes, obviously quite a lot to say on this, so I was thinking about the best time to time my input. I'll say a little bit about large, but let's focus on the small for now. So the first thing I just need to say is to declare any perception of interest. As a livestock producer, occasionally we do use abattoirs directly, although most of the time we market through livestock markets, so we're one step removed. But I just want to be very clear about that. And I have no personal interest in any particular abattoir. However, it does give me a particular insight, and hopefully I can just share some of that here. So, there's no doubt small abattoirs are reducing in numbers. They do have benefits. They're very clearly set out in an excellent paper, but just to reiterate, they do support local economies. There is the issue around transport distances. They enable niche markets, and that is a growth issue again, and private kill services. And so they are particular to the importance of local communities. And they've got 3 main pressures on them: regulatory costs, their own operational costs, and how attractive they are for investment. And we're one part of that. So I think it's important to recognise that. We are not set up to provide a subsidy for a sector. We're there to provide a service to enhance the quality of the product. Now, it's quite important to keep that in perspective. However, we are in a unique position here, and I would fully support the idea that we continue to provide a discount. I would suggest it's not a perfect mechanism to achieve the ends that we're trying to work towards. And I do think that in time, and I was particularly drawn to the comment earlier about can we actually develop that system to support the enhancement of standards and quality, as well as those other economic benefits. And maybe that comes back to some of the comments we were making earlier in the board around how we start to look at regulating big businesses. So here's my comment about large abattoirs versus smaller businesses. One small comment on the mid-range abattoirs, which cause a little bit of a conundrum, is that we do need to be pragmatic about how we look at those, both in the point that Rhiannon made about the complexity of the different species they cover, as well as their broader value. But I would like to introduce into the thinking early around this issue around compliance and quality standards and what we can do to enhance that. That may be an evolving conversation, but I think that needs to be an integral part of the deal that we make. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So I think, Fiona, were you trying to come in?
Yeah, thank you, Susan. This is on small. I think that it's really important to understand that the discount that's provided is still quite unaffordable for many small abattoirs. I mean, I'm travelling around the country meeting lots of farm groups at the moment to reiterate what you've said. And abattoirs comes up almost without exception in those conversations. And the challenges are that these businesses are finding it really difficult to keep going, and they feel that the processes that they have to fund, that pay for, which are FSA processes, as part of that mix that you listed, are just too burdensome. And I think if we're going to change the system of discount, we have to, at the same time, look at how we can bring efficiencies into a way that those services are required for the smaller abattoirs. And it's the context is we've already done a lot of restructuring work. That's been significant. But also we've had to introduce higher costs because of vets, and also there are other higher costs that these small businesses have to bear. So it's a percentage, a 90% discount of something that's unaffordable is still unaffordable.
So I totally hear, and I know officials are very conscious that the board has asked about how we become more efficient in our regulatory thing. That is absolutely essential, and it has to be part of our reform agenda. I hate to say it, but that is also going to be impacted by SPS agreements as well. I mean, one of the things that has held us back in some of the changes that we might have wished to make is the need to meet those EU standards. But clearly there are different ways to achieve what the rules require, and we need to be doing it in the most efficient way. So I do hear that the call for that. I know the board are all united on wanting to see that, but that is not going to happen that's an ongoing process. So whilst accepting we need to bring down the costs as much as we can, I think we've just got to focus on what support we provide right now, because we need to make a decision today about some of these things. So I'm hearing a basic support for what's in the proposal. So that leaves the medium, and the paper makes that clear case that the medium, you can't, this is a continuum, you can't neatly cut into sections, and one of the challenges with this, if we're going to have a much stronger yes/no in relation to large and small, then where do you draw the line becomes crucial. And the medium are a very, very mixed bag with mixed functions, mixed services, and so forth. I think the paper suggested that more work needed to be done to think about that. And maybe the best way of thinking about it is for us to move on to the next step of the discussion and think about what are the principles. If we're talking about support which is not just based on size, picking up on Rhian and Tim's point, but it's support which is based on meeting societal goals or delivering public good, then what do those principles look like? And there were some suggestions in the paper. I think the obvious ones would be people's compliance record. So I think would be it would be good to see that built in, that abattoirs which are poorly performing in relation to compliance should not be getting so much support. That's a relatively easy one. The harder one is this matter of public good. and I wonder if colleagues have got suggestions about how we might start to operationalise that, just to give officials a bit of a steer for what are the things we're looking for if we're trying to identify abattoirs that we want to give more or less support to, because that might help us to think about the medium sector a bit better. Any suggestions? It's a tricky one. Tim?
So thank you for that. I think there is scope to articulate what the economic benefits are in this broader range of public good. There has been work in, I think, various academic institutions, and Exeter comes to mind from my recollection, around starting to sort of define this and quantify it. But we could do, and I do suggest that it's a concise piece of work, to do that ourselves so that it gives it some legitimacy and some footprint that then we can begin to develop, so that this isn't seen as a free offer of money for little return. This is seen as basically buying economic benefit that's broader than just the immediate food system. And I think if we can find some academic structure to that, then it'll have greater legitimacy.
And I think that our economics team are still working on this. Is that correct, James?
Yes, we're actually going to be contracting a piece of work to look at the economics around this.
There we go. Got there before you, Tim. Good. Anything? I mean, we can wait for that, and that will presumably come to a future board meeting where we would, I guess, look for much more detailed proposals about what this new kind of support would look like. Does anybody have any specific suggestions to make to that? Fiona.
Thank you. And I just wanted to pick up that point about the economics. I mean, the final point in the paper is that we need more information on the economic impact of the discount, and I do think that has to be a first step, and it should reflect some of the processes and efficiencies that we need to weigh into the whole process of change. But I think a criteria that we could consider is rural location. It's where an abattoir can have the biggest effect or negative effect if it goes.
Yep, and so I think that's a good point. And I do wonder, picking up on Fiona's earlier point, and others about businesses who are investing, that may be something that we want to take into account as well. That operations which are actively trying to make improvements, whether that's efficiencies or whether it's animal welfare improvements or any other kind of improvements, maybe we should be trying to provide additional support to those. These are all just suggestions, really, because it is going to be tricky. Tim?
Because you're asking for thoughts about it, I suppose also common sense would try and see whether some alignment with the small abattoir fund and where abattoirs are benefited there, because then we're looking at those that's got some capital investment as well that can be built on.
Thank you. I mean, in the end, this will be, advice to ministers, and I think the point of wanting to take into account the other support that government's providing to this sector it makes absolute sense, and I'm sure the team are talking with DEFRA officials, but we'd certainly urge more of that. Mark?
Yeah, thanks, Susan. I won't repeat what everyone said, but I think it is more than just economy in terms of the benefits, and we want to pick some of that up as well. But my other comment is that we need to be a little bit careful about unintended consequences, particularly in the kind of regulating for growth space. We wouldn't want to be in a place where we put a fixed barrier which prevents a small abattoir growing its business to become a medium abattoir, for example.
Yes, and that's one of the challenges if we just do this on a numbers basis. So that's definitely something that we need to bear in mind. Okay, there's some suggestions there, but we're very much open to, really interested to hear the proposals that come forward in this area. The question then, my final one, which was about the pace of this, James suggested that we should try to move towards the new system, whatever the new system is, in the financial year 27-28. And I think given how much thought needs to go into this, that seems reasonable. I mean, as well as needing to give industry some notice and some lead time so that they can prepare. The question is, what do we do between now and then? So just to remind everybody, we at the moment have got a sort of a trajectory in which the value of the discount has been diminishing as a proportion of the total costs. We could continue like that. We could accelerate the decrease, certainly for the large abattoirs where we were relatively clear on that. We could look to stop that sooner rather than later. At this minute, all things are possible. Any thoughts or steers from the board on the trajectory between now and 27-28? Rhian?
Well, I think if we're making, so depending on the definition of large, so there we go, if we are making a decision, if we are favouring, only making the discount available to the smaller abattoirs, then I wouldn't see any reason why we wouldn't proceed at pace with the tapering of the discount to the larger organisations. But we would have to be we have to get our definitions clear, don't we, before we do that? But why wouldn't we? I suppose is my thought.
I don't think we can be making changes until we're clear about how it's actually going to operate. And I think, to me, it feels we've still got some information gaps. We don't know how the middle ground is going to work, the medium size. We haven't completed the economic analysis. We haven't considered the investment factor, the impact on the trade investment, for example. I just feel that there are too many bits of the puzzle that are not clear yet, not least for industry to be confident that what's going to happen next is not going to undermine their business.
So that's the perspective from the industry. I'm going to put the consumer perspective in this, which is that this discount is about 10% of the total FSA budget. So we are making a decision to spend it here and not in other areas. So that's I think that's just important to keep in mind. Katie.
I was going to make the point that this isn't a decision to be made in isolation. We haven't made decisions about how to spend any of our budget for subsequent years yet. We've just got our spending review settlement, and we're going to have to look at what is affordable across the piece. And so thinking about what is affordable for the discount will play into the decision. I'm sure we will want to make sure that we're also following a proper process and that there is appropriate warning and transition for industry in that process. But I'd basically say to the board, let's not try and make decisions right now about how we spend one bit of our budget when I haven't been able to look at the rest of it.
Yeah, thanks. That's an excellent point, Katie. But my understanding was, Susan, you were looking for a steer rather than a decision. I think the report is very clear that there's little evidence for us to continue supporting large abattoirs, but I fully accept both what Fiona and Rhian have said, that there is some work to do around the detail of what is a large abattoir, for example. But in terms of a general steer, my view is that we should be looking to reduce that discount as soon as we sensibly can with all the information to our hand.
The FSA Board's been talking about this for 20 years, and we never quite lurch into that final bit, and I think we've just got to be brave now, given the real pressures. Every time it's always pressures, but I just think we have to be brave, taking into account everything Katie's just said. We've got to be brave, we've got to push on with it, and we've got to deal with the inevitable pushback and work out what is pushback and what is lobbying, because the job of lobbyists on behalf of organisations is to do just that. But I really think we have to be brave.
just to put it into context, what we're actually doing is reducing our cost to clients, for want of a better description. General government policy is full cost recovery, and that is the direction of travel I think you will find every department is heading in. It has to be full cost recovery. So what process, what system, the end goal still has to be a reduction of subsidies.
Thank you. Just before I try and sum up, James, do you want to pick up on any of the points raised or anything which you think is particularly helpful? Any reflections?
Just thank you very much. That was really, really helpful. Some of the ideas around things we need to look at with regards to criteria. What we want to do is the next step is to engage with the sector and really work through how the link between the philosophical criteria and the public goods and the aims we're trying to do can be translated into simple, practical, administrative criteria. Because what we don't want to do is create a complex system that becomes more inefficient. We want something that's actually going to make it simpler for everybody to run, and that people know where they stand, and will avoid those cliff edges that are going to be deleterious to growth, that kind of thing. So that was really, really helpful. Just on the point of next year and the funding around that, what we would like to do is, within the current system of banding, every year we look at those bands and how they're focused. The industry working with us has agreed over the years to focus those on the smaller abattoirs, but we could do that more than we are currently. So it was whether the board's content for us to sort of take the broader rationale and move, working with the industry, move that focus, but within the current banding system. I think that's as far as we'd want to go at this point.
So James, I think on that final point, it seems to me that it is easier to clarify the boundaries at the top end than it is at the bottom end. So you saying we would, I wonder whether you want to flip that thinking, where you just said, you've been trying to focus on the more support for the small. I think probably what the board is more confident in saying is about greater reductions for the large. I think fiddling with the small and medium is tricky at the moment until we've got further analysis.
So what we did this year was to maintain some discount in all the bands. What we could choose to do would be to remove the discount from the top two bands that only fund the largest, for example, and put the money or some of the money into the lower bands, and sort of that gradually moves down. The large would still receive some funding because they also receive the hours from the lower bands, but it would be reduced proportionally. They wouldn't get the larger bit, and it would move towards the direction.
Let's not try and plan the exact detail of it now, but that was exactly the principle I was thinking.
Yeah.
Let's think about reducing the top rather than the bottom during that transition phase. So I'm going to, Margaret, and then I'm going to try and sum up where I think.
But what James is saying is take some from the top and put it on the bottom, and we'll end up, and that's not what we want, surely.
No, I think just take something from the top at the moment. Yeah. So I think the direction of travel here is clear. As Margaret says, this is something that the board's discussed many times long before I was chair, and we've made a lot of progress, and I think we need to continue with this, particularly given the public finances at the moment. The time, it's more pressing than ever. This is a decision for ministers, but they will be acutely aware of the wider government budgets, particularly having just had their spending reviews. We have heard a lot of support for the importance of small abattoirs, and that likely extends to some of the medium-sized ones as well, which we haven't talked about much, but I think there's an absolute recognition that they're a very heterogeneous group, and we are keen to see much more detailed economic analysis, whether from our own officials or also, as you mentioned, James, getting some external input into that as well. We have tended to talk about it as a discount in the past. I have switched in my own mind to thinking about it as support. And I think if we're going to adopt this principle of trying to use it to encourage or incentivise or reward, whatever the word is, some other public goods, things like benefits for animal welfare, technological innovation, value to local communities and so on, then I think thinking of this as support is a better frame, and I think people are generally on board with that. The discount is already set for this year. For the intervening period, for the next year, I think we need to plan for that in the context of the spending review, as Katie said, and the FSA budget, but also in the context of this conversation, which I think has given some clear guidance as to how we expect to see this evolve, with a view that by 27-28, well before that, we have got a clear plan for what the long-term future looks like that we can put to ministers. So given that timing, I'm thinking that it's probably going to be, we have to do it, we have to leave enough time to do that significant work. We need to get on with it quickly enough that we can meet that longer term time frame. So I'm thinking this is probably a December board paper. James, you're nodding at me. Does that sound reasonable?
Yes,
for this to come back? And at that point, I would hope that you can provide us with enough of this more detailed information that we can really settle on what the advice to ministers will be. So on that, I mean, just to reiterate yet again that if we're unable to secure ministerial agreement on this whole conversation is largely redundant. But I think that from conversations I have had, there is a widespread recognition of the value that some of the smaller businesses bring. Good. I was just looking at my notes, but I think actually I've managed to sum up pretty well where we are. So if there aren't any further comments, Tim.
Sorry, yes. Thank you for the excellent summing up. I guess there's one point that we as a board might want communicated back to ministers, and that is that we are a regulatory body, not a business support function, because that lies with other government departments. Our main role is to diminish the disproportionate burden just for our aspect of funding. I know it's probably assumed, but I think it bears saying.
I think that's actually a really, really important point, and the figures in here, which, putting aside all of the wider benefits, the figure in here that showed what a disproportionate cost the smaller businesses pay for regulatory services, for me, was the absolute tipping point in recognising that we need to do something to ensure that the regulatory burden is equal across the sector. And of course, as the points Fiona made, we've got to ensure that the regulatory burden is as low as is possible across the board. So I think that you're absolutely right. And then that's where the conversations with other departments might come up in relation to the small abattoir sector. Actually, how does government as a whole see this evolving? And of course, we've got the cross-government food strategy as well. So there is an opportunity for those joined-up conversations. Very good. If no one has anything more to add, I'll close that item. Thanks very much indeed. That was a really useful discussion. Thanks, James. So, moving on now, and in fact, just about on time, we're going to move on to the annual report on incidents, resilience and prevention, and really pleased to welcome Darren Whitby to join us. This is one of our annual reports about incidents and resilience. Of course, it's an absolutely core part of the FSA business. Every year we respond to around 2,000 food incidents, and as our ability to both detect and trace incidents is improving, the reality is that means the workload is also increasing. So I think there has been a real recognition over the course of this year that we need to think hard about how we run this part of the FSA to ensure that we're getting the best outcomes for consumers. So Darren, it's been a busy year, but why don't you just summarise your paper? Thanks.
Thank you, Susan. Yes, this year's paper focuses on the broader whole agency approach to incident management, response, and then the range of prevention activities that support them. It reflects the collaborative efforts we undertake across our operation. So we work across 3 nations, but we also work closely with Food Standards Scotland so that it's ensuring that we get a unified and strategic response to incidents that cross borders or that require a coordinated effort. So our ability to deliver the incidents function is reliant on teams from across the agency and for LA teams across the 3 nations. So we continue to use our relationship with industry to also collaborate and coordinate an effective response. So whilst the overall number of incidents that we manage has remained relatively stable, it is becoming evident that our workload is impacted by the complexity of the incidents we handle and the challenges that this creates. And we believe this increase in complexity is being driven by some key factors. So global supply chains that are interdependent and prone to disruption, so that's increasing the risks and adding complexity to traceability. Scientific developments, particularly in the areas like whole genome sequencing, they're evolving how we detect and understand outbreaks, but they also demand new skills, tools, and resources. And I think we must acknowledge the resource constraints faced by our partners in local authorities and public health agencies. So these pressures are affecting our collective ability to respond swiftly and effectively. So in light of these challenges, we've taken steps to strengthen our systems and improve our resilience. So over the past year, we've made some good progress in a number of areas. We've strengthened our engagement with industry, so recognising that prevention starts with partnership. And so by working more closely with food businesses, we are fostering a culture of shared responsibility and earlier interventions. We've advanced our root cause analysis capabilities with more developments that are on the horizon. So this work is critical to understanding not just what went wrong, but why. In England, we've introduced a triage system to help prioritise cases more effectively, ensuring that our resources are directed to where they are needed most. And then our risk and crisis management programme is now completed, and our approach to managing significant incidents has matured. So this has made us, the FSA, more resilient, and this is supported by tools like our FIRST, which is our emergency response support team, and then enhanced training and exercising, and then the continuous refinement of our plans and procedures. And I think one of the most transformative developments this year has been the launch of our new case management system. So we're looking to use this as more than just a tool. It's going to be a platform that we hope is going to enable better functionality, data integration, and more efficient collaboration across teams. So then looking ahead, we're preparing for emerging challenges and opportunities. So we're investing in new data and tech systems to enhance our casework and analytics. So these tools will help us move from a reactive response to a proactive prevention. That's identifying patterns, predicting risks, and intervening earlier. As I think has already been mentioned, SPS negotiations and its potential to change how we work with EU systems should become clearer in the coming year. So these changes will have an impact on how we interact with the EU incident systems and then the management of risk and ensuring compliance. And then finally, we're strengthening our partnerships, particularly in the area of foodborne disease. So our collaboration with key stakeholders, including UK HSA, is vital to building a more integrated and effective public health response. So in summary, this year's paper is not just a reflection of where we are, it's our ambition for where we want to go, and the focus being on a more proactive function as opposed to just coping with the reactive demand. It highlights the importance of collaboration, innovation, and resilience in the face of that growing complexity challenge. So I welcome the board's comments and questions on the asks made in the paper around the changes that we've made this year and for our priorities in the coming year. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Darren, and thank you to you and the team for all the work that goes on all year. I mean, it's a sort of standing joke that incidents always happen on Fridays, but they also happen on bank holidays and weekends and everything else too. So thank you for all the work that goes into that. I really welcome, I'm sure everybody will do, this sort of ambition to be more proactive and to do more on prevention. That's obviously a really important direction of travel, but it's absolutely clear to me that if you're going to be able to create the headroom to be able to do that, then it's we're probably going to have to do more than just look for efficiencies in the way we manage incidents. I think we're going to have to look harder at roles and responsibilities. And in talking to others over the last few months, I think there is a sort of acceptance that it may be we could be expecting some of our partners to do more. We have historically stepped in and tried to help, and I'm sure have been helpful, but it may be that others in the system need to step up more when it comes to some of the smaller, less complicated incidents, if you're going to have the space to be able to do more proactive work. Let me open this up. Margaret, you're our board lead for incidents. It would be really helpful to have your perspective on the last year.
Well, first of all, thank you, Darren and all your team. This is real core work, and you're doing that now, as many other parts of the FSA are, in conjunction with bringing up and doubling up on reforms. So I'd be interested to hear how you're coping with that doubling up. I support the plans listed, obviously. I agree that it's a key priority to reduce the number of small incidents the FSA deals with. It's great news you've got this new case management system. I know it's early days yet, but any signs that it's working, and is it suitable for the task of triaging which incidents we do or don't tackle? On medium and high risk, I've got a list of questions here, sorry about this, Darren, because I think it's important to bring it out. On medium and high risk, and this is all about other people not engaging, as Susan just mentioned, the LAs don't seem to be always engaging as much as they used to. They are relying more on the FSA for advice. The paper insinuates, I think at 3.4, that sometimes this is because they just don't have the time, or they're not taking the time to deal with lessons learned from one incident to another. Do you see a correlation between the FSA doing more of what they used to do or should be doing and the LAs doing less? I'm obviously concerned about the increase in fraudulent activity, fake vodka, illegal meat and illegal imports, etc. So that would be on my list of priorities as well. Two more points. On CBD, the genie's out of the bottle, and these are still unlicensed products at the moment, widely used by the public. This may be one actually for Robin, but the public will be assuming that they'd be safe or will remove them. They don't sometimes see that these things take a bit of time. Are they safe? There you go, Robin. Nice little one for you there. And then finally, much more sadly and seriously, allergens. And this is about prevention. You talk about prevention. These are, we've always at the FSA call these preventable deaths. And if businesses or LAs or the FSA get this wrong, then people, usually children, die. And as a reminder of the importance of sticking to the rules and taking this seriously, can you confirm, sadly, that there have yet again this year been deaths through allergens?
Darren, rather than going around, there was lots in there, so I'm going to let you respond to Margaret, and then I'll open it up to the rest of the board. Thanks.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, yeah. So the first one on the question you referred to it as doubling up. It is a challenge. I think, as we've described, there is a sort of an increasing complexity, and it is around trying to find the space and the time to do the proactive work and the reform work alongside the increasing demand. We have plans to try and progress some of this work. It comes against the other priorities that are probably being discussed around the room, because this is not just around what the unit does. It requires people from around the agency to be part of this reform work. So the challenge is there. The challenge is real. I think the ambition is to try and sort of step up where we can and add some pace. But our core function, as everybody's saying, is that sort of response first, and then build around it. So it's one that we're keeping under review. In relation to the high and medium risk and the LAs, I think it's that we're still in that place where we don't have evidence to say that the LAs are not performing. I think it's just that increased challenge. Anecdotally and on individual cases, we have seen cases where individual LAs might have had the challenge of responding appropriately or might have had questions around capability, but we have no evidence to back up that that's a more systemic situation. We are hoping that as part of the new case management system, the ability to look at the data in a more sort of interrogated manner, we might be able to sort of tease out some more evidence along those lines, but I think that's one that we're keeping under review and keeping a watch on.
Can I just come in on that point, Chair? There are other things that we are doing with local authorities to help build their own capability and resilience. So, for example, we put on teaching sessions where we identify trends and issues with specific types of incidents. The teams have put on a number of events in our prevention space alongside industry and local authorities, so they'll send their people into those webinars as well. So that's part of building the overarching system capability and resilience.
Thank you. Robin, did you want to come in as well?
Yeah, just to pick up on the CBD point, thanks, Margaret. I mean, as with any product involved in a incident, it depends on what the nature of the incident is as to whether something's safe or not. Just to reassure people in terms of the CBD analysis that we've done so far, the vast majority of these are things where, for example, the levels are different to the levels that are on the ingredient list. We have had no significantly dangerous incidents involving CBD, but as with all of our incidents, I would recommend people keep a close eye on our website, and if we're declaring an incident on it, avoid that product until it's resolved.
Allergens, yeah.
Yeah, I can confirm, as Margaret suggested, sadly, that there have been deaths within the last year as a result of allergic reactions in some young people. I can't give details because we're in sort of various stages of sort of investigation and formal process, but yeah, it's a sad reminder of the importance of getting this area of work right. And it does really hit home, particularly I think to the incident advisors that work in the unit. I'm aware of families within the unit that have children that suffer from severe allergies. So yeah, it is very personal, and yeah, sadly, yeah, I can confirm there have been deaths within that last reporting time.
Thank you, Darren. Any comments from others on the incidents paper? Ria?
Thank you, Chair. Hi. Yeah, so at the Welsh Food Advisory Committee meeting, it was kind of interesting to hear the conversation just before this, because what comes up repeatedly at WFAC is laboratory capacity and sampling and testing. And it comes up in different ways, but within the context of Wales, there does seem to be this ongoing concern that, and it was expanded upon based on your paper in our recent meeting. So one of our members at WFAC is a member of the Wales Microbiological Forum, so she's a bit closer to it than the rest of us. And what she's hearing from local authorities is that they can't sample as much as they might like to due to lab pressures, and the suggestion is that's regional rather than UK-wide. Now, because it comes up time again, I would probably like a bit more information about that from the Wales perspective, perhaps outside of the board meeting, because either that is the case and it's a barrier, because what we're saying is we'd like to be more proactive as the FSA if we have the capacity to be, but also that we want our local authorities to be more proactive as well. And if there's a blocker in Wales to doing that, it'd be kind of good to get under the skin of that a bit for me. And then I can take that back to WFAC, really, because I think, so I'd like to do that. And the other thing is a minor point, but it's significant for us in Wales, is the first graph about incidents. I appreciate it's the total number of incidents, and this report is short, but I don't see why we don't have the nation's data split out there, appreciating that Wales is a very small part of those bar charts. What I want to make sure of, though, is that if Wales, and I hope this is never the case, it becomes some sort of hotspot during a particular year, that we get a bit of visibility over that as a board, appreciating you did give us a deep dive in the year on incidents in Wales. Thank you.
I can respond on the data around Wales. That is part of our planning as part of the new case management system. We're hoping we'll get some level of granularity and find a way that we can share more information at a level. That's some of the improved functionality that we're hoping to get out of the new case management system, so I'm sure we can pick that up. And I think on the action of lab capacity, I might turn to Julie if that's okay.
Well, I think, I don't know, Julie, I was going to turn to
Okay.
Robin, but I don't know who's best placed.
Robin, if you want to take this one. Micro rather than...
We'll do a double hatter. Yeah, so on the labs issue, so there are regional variations in the availability of services that's primarily driven by personnel, actually, and particularly public analysts. So this is something that we talked about, I think, the board a couple of years ago, and we have invested quite extensively in additional training and resource to bolster the numbers of both kind of physical labs and also public analyst availability. That is working, but it is very slow because obviously training takes a long time. And there are some kind of significant geographical barriers in the sense of you need to demand in a particular region to drive the economic case to have the lab there. I do think it'd be worth us having a kind of offline conversation to looking whether there's more we could specifically do in Wales or indeed other regions of GB or Northern Ireland where there might be a particular gap that we could kind of nudge. The other part of that, I think, is about the increasingly kind of national and international landscape where a lot of things are now done, very far away, which actually is not scientifically is often the best way to do it because you have access to better technology, but in an incident can cause delays. And so there's a kind of balance there between having very local, fast responsive skills, but also the kind of availability of tech and expertise that you might want on a kind of national scale.
Sorry, Susan, could I just add to what Robin said there? I think we do need to take this away to understand exactly where the bottleneck is, as to whether it's laboratory physically where it needs to be, whether it's micro or otherwise, whether it is personnel, whether it's around the collection, or whether it is around the affordability, because that's also been a question, as to whether we and local authorities can afford to do that testing. And I'm not clear in the Wales situation where the blockers are.
Thank you. Darren, I want to just come back to the point that I made at the beginning about us trying to do a bit less on some of the low-level incidents. It's very easy for us to sit in this room and say, oh, yes, somebody else should do that. But can you tell us about any conversations you've been having about whether that is realistic? Because, of course, what we don't want to do is for things to drop between gaps and the ball to be dropped. So is that... is that a realistic ambition that we can recalibrate our roles in some of these smaller incidents or not?
Some of the requirements are legislative requirements of where we respond, but I think the triggers and how we get involved and where we get involved, I think could be up for review. One of the things that we are doing as part of that sort of reform piece was looking at that sort of really sort of nailing down the sort of accountabilities aspect of what we do as is now, and are there options to do it. So I think it's talking exactly to your point, Susan, around saying can we move the dial from a legal point of view and also from a sort of practical delivery point of view as well.
It might be helpful to say that I and EMT have instituted an internal change programme in the FSA we're calling FSA Ready, because it's about us getting in the best possible shape to do our job in the future and embodies our ready value. And one of the two priority projects that we are starting that with is a project which Julie is leading to look at how we use the intelligence and data available to us to identify risk in the system and then the systems and processes we have for acting on it. So it picks up the question of how we do incidents handling and looks at how we can work better across the FSA to move to that more proactive, preventative model. So we have a piece of work in train on it in case the board's concerned that there isn't a sort of vehicle for it.
Thank you. Junior?
Sorry, yes, thank you. Yes, just picking up on that, we will try to look at all of the different sort of dimensions, and a number have been touched upon this morning by Darren, and certainly across the whole of the organisation and out into our partners. I also think we've got opportunities from the technologies
that are available to us now and new data sets, but again going out into the wider world to be able to analyse that data. And that also includes things like local authorities, where we identify there's a limit as to what local authorities can do, where they need guidance. Again, there are technology tools. So it's not just about the technology, but I think that does offer an opportunity that wasn't available to us a couple of years ago.
Great, thank you for that. Junior.
And I was just going to add, and we have actually had some successes using what I would call low-tech refinement to accountabilities and focus. So para 3.2 in the 3.20 in the actual paper refers to the fact that the number of low priority incidents that we've actually pushed back to other partners across the system has gone from 873 to something like 384. But doing that is quite labour intensive. So I think that's the point where Julie's talking about there are the opportunities if we could get some automated ways of actually doing that with tech.
Very good. So I've got one other question. So we've been talking a lot inevitably about SPS agreements this morning, and clearly if we do get a good agreement, it will be great to be able to connect up more fully with the EU systems. I think we've done a brilliant job in developing our own, and hopefully again we can contribute some of that expertise into Europe, but it will be great to have those wider connections, which should help again with our efficiency around incidents. But the one point which does concern me, which goes in the opposite direction, is mentioned in the paper, and that's around the work that WHO do and FAO in relation to Infosan. Colleagues will be aware that with the reduction in the EU funding into WHO, there are real concerns about budgetary pressures there. And I wonder if, I hear that you're having conversations out, but I wonder if somebody could comment on the mitigations or what are we doing around the risk to Infosan? Junior? Somebody.
Yeah, so we are having conversations with international partners in relation to its status. I think we've all noted where the funding has been withdrawn. There are meetings that have taken place over the last week. We're just waiting to see what the outcome of those in terms of what the decision is and how we take that forwards.
I do think it's important that we obviously do what we can within the FSA, but I think it's also important that other parts of UK government are aware that this is a really critical resource for public safety and protection, and that we should be doing everything that we can to ensure that that's protected and appropriately resourced. Okay, if there's no more comments, Darren, thank you so much. It really feels like the incidents, the day-to-day management on a really firm footing now, really beginning to think about these step change improvements. We look forward to hearing more detail about how the case management system works in practice. And, the board always likes to hear about, tangible, measurable evidence of what impacts it's happened. So if we could ask for that in next year's report, that would be great. But thank you all very much. And I think that's all for now.
Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on to the next item, which is our last discussion before lunch. And James, who's been sitting patiently at the table, James Cooper, who's our Deputy Director for Policy, is going to stay with us for this item. This was a late paper on glycerol in slush ice drinks. And firstly, apologies that it was late. I just made a decision that I felt this was something that did need to come to the board, and there just wasn't sufficient time between that decision and the papers being issued for us to get it out on time. But I do think it's important, and the reason for the rush is that we do see an increase in consumption of these drinks over the summer period, so I thought it was important that we should have a chance to discuss it now. We have for some time been aware of the risk of glycerol in slush ice drinks when they're consumed by very young children, and we've had in place guidance against the consumption by children under 4. but additional data on incidents and the impacts on this, including children being hospitalised, have really brought this back to our attention. And when the Business Committee looked at this in a previous meeting, we asked the team to take it away and to do a revised rapid risk assessment. Having seen that risk assessment, I really felt that this needed to come to the board. Usually, of course, risk assessments happen all the time. The team make risk management decisions. But I think this is of sufficient concern and indeed wider public interest that I thought it should come to the board for discussion. I want to be very clear that no decisions have been made on risk management as yet, and those will be made by officials shortly after the board. So this again is an opportunity for us to express a headline view and to provide some particular steers to officials about things that we would want to see considered in the risk management considerations. So, James, I think you're going to introduce this paper.
Thank you, Susan. So, as you say, we've done a revised rapid risk assessment, and this takes a more precautionary approach than previously, in particular consideration around how body weight is considered, and it's probably worth Robin giving a bit more detail on the risk assessment itself. But the assessment indicates that slushed ice drinks containing glycerol are not suitable for children under the age of 7, and it also, for the reasons of uncertainties that I'm sure Robin will be able to articulate, it can't conclude that they are completely safe for those over 7. So in light of the risk assessment findings, we're proposing several immediate, intermediate, interim risk management measures so we can update the advice ahead of the summer. Firstly, we recommend revising our advice to state that glycerol containing slush ice drinks should not be consumed by children under 7. We recommend retaining the current advice of limiting consumption of the number of drinks in a short period to children under 10, but suggest strengthening this advice so it's clear for parents and carers that we should be looking at one drink in a given period, not looking at multiple drinks. And given the uncertainties within the risk assessment that Robin can go into, we'd welcome a board view on how we should advise broader advice to parents around the risk for children aged 7 and over in the context of the uncertainties in the evidence. So we're seeking board agreement on the sort of precautionary approach and the principles behind these changes and the actions set out to immediately raise awareness. And then we've also set out in the paper some potential longer-term risk management activities, and are seeking a board steer on whether we should pursue any of these, and if so, whereabouts within the list to focus.
Great, thank you. And as you say, I think it would be helpful to hear about the risk assessment. These are quite complex scientific documents. We haven't actually published it yet, but it's going through that publication process and will be out for stakeholders, everybody else, to read for themselves. But for the purposes of timeliness and I think clarity, I've asked Robin, just to tell us. In particular, Robin, I was struck when I looked at it at the sort of limited evidence that's available to actually even do a risk assessment, and maybe you could just help us to understand the implications of that.
Yeah, certainly. Thanks, Susan. So I'll do my best to summarise very briefly where we're at, and obviously happy to take questions on the science of it too. So I guess the first thing to say is that glycerol it's a natural molecule. Most organisms produce this as part of their metabolism, including ourselves, but it's added to a number of products, in particular slush drinks. As James and Susan have mentioned, we've obviously had a number of cases of children becoming seriously ill and hospitalised, and a key question for the risk assessment is why they have become so ill and why those children, not others. And the short answer is, as Susan says, there is a gap in the evidence here. What we are pretty confident on is that this is very body weight related, so it's about the amount of glycerol you consume in a period of time for your body weight. So smaller children, smaller people are at higher risk because they're getting a higher dose per kilogram of body weight. The amount of time in which you consume the drink is also important, because obviously if you guzzle a drink in a couple of minutes, you're getting a very acute dose. If you drink it over 3 hours, it's lower. And we are also of the view that there are some other factors that are currently undetermined that make the difference. So there are small children who drink drinks very fast and are perfectly fine, and there are small children who don't. On that basis, the risk assessment, we have taken a slightly different approach to our standard. Our standard risk assessment looks at the average population because we're considering all consumers. In this case, because with the most vulnerable consumers, we believe, are the smallest ones, the smallest body weights, we've skewed the risk assessment to consider particularly those of low body weight or small size overall, which is what changes the risk rating, if you like, to make older children, so children up to 7, now more vulnerable because we're considering smaller children below average body weight who are 7 years old. And as James said, that's also why we cannot exclude risk to children over that, because there are obviously people vary in size at all ages. And perhaps the final point to make on the scientific gap here, if you like, almost all of the data on toxicity associated with glycerol comes from its use in the clinic in adults, not in food and not in children. So this is a molecule that's used sometimes, for example, in people who are going in for eye surgery, deliberately to adjust their kind of blood concentration. So we know quite a bit about how adults respond in that setting to glycerol dosing, but that's obviously a very far remove from a small child drinking a slush drink after bouncing on a trampoline. So we've had to extrapolate quite far from that. And that's why, as you'll see in the paper, there's quite a large margin of error between where we think the accurate toxicity numbers are. And I think, certainly from my perspective, I think it's right that we're following the most precautionary interpretation, because this is not a product, clearly, that is essential for life. This is a leisure product, and therefore I think it's right that we scale it towards the most precautionary approach in this case. Thanks.
And that would be absolutely consistent with the board's risk appetite, that where it's a matter of safety, that we take a very cautious approach. Robin, I also found it very helpful to hear from you previously about what we think is the mechanism of this in relation to dehydration, because I think that probably useful for board members, but also anybody watching this. I think it's useful to understand why this might be so risky.
Yeah, so what we think is going on is that glycerol, essentially, when you take it in, gets distributed to the blood, and it sucks water away. So it's changing your blood volume on a very rapid basis, because it's kind of pulling water out, a bit like a sort of antifreeze in a car or something like that. And so the reason we think that the particular children who have become very ill have become so ill is possibly related to the fact they may have already been sort of very dehydrated. For example, if you've just been bouncing on a trampoline for a long time on a hot sunny day, you might come off that and then drink a large cold drink to rehydrate yourself. But if that drink contains high levels of glycerol, that might actually be not helping at all. And so that's one of the reasons why I think it's particularly important to think about the kind of context in which these drinks are consumed too. I would stress that we don't, again, have robust scientific data to completely confident on that, especially not in that kind of food setting.
Thank you. So hopefully that provides some context. I think that it would be, I very much doubt the board will want to contradict the advice that we should recommend that the age limit on this should be raised to 7 in the light of this wanting to protect most children who are going to be who are 7 and under are going to have a body weight which we think puts them at some level of risk, and that we should increase that from 4 where it is now. So I think that would be, that there's going to be lots of nods, strong support for that. I think the question then is how much more or what more could be done, and this is where we get to the wider risk management considerations. Clearly there's a job to be done in communicating this more to parents and carers. I think that context that you just gave to us about the potential interactions with dehydration are important, because intuitively you can imagine people think, oh, here's this lovely icy drink, what a good way to rehydrate, but water is the best drink to rehydrate, and we need to be really, really clear in our advice on that. But I don't want all the emphasis to be on what parents and carers should do. I think we do need to think whether there are actions that the industry can take which are going to make this product safer for most consumers. And so there's some suggestions in here about updating the voluntary guidance and so forth. But I've been thinking, as you can tell, about this for a little bit, so I'm keen to hear where others are in terms of your comments on the proposals. Mark.
Yeah, thanks, Susan. And this is a fascinating paper and a real lesson in the law of unintended consequences, isn't it? Where you remove something that you think is harmful, sugar, and replace it with something which you find out is harmful. I think it's fascinating. In terms of the interim advice, obviously, I say obviously, but absolutely agree with the advice around age 7. I note there's a comment about the not more than one drink for up to age 10, and I'd be interested to know 2 things. Why 10? Is it just about body weight or average body weight? I suspect it is. But also, what does one drink mean? You know, is it a litre or is it 330 ml? Or, you know, do we need to be a bit more precise in terms of what one drink means? In terms of the other stuff, the more future-looking stuff, it won't come as a surprise to colleagues that I favour a mandatory approach, because that gives everyone the absolute clarity that they need. But I do recognise that mandatory approaches take a bit of time to bring in, and at the moment it doesn't sound like, the impression I've got from this report is we don't really know enough to really justify looking for legal changes and so on to bring in those kind of mandatory changes. So I'd be really supportive of us doing the further work to understand in more detail what things like maximum levels would look like, whether in fact this product is so unsafe that it should be banned, or indeed if it's at a level where a kind of mandatory warning like we have with some food colourings, for example, about their impact on children is the right approach. So I think the intermediate stuff is really sensible, and the sooner we can do that the better, but I'd be very supportive of that additional research to understand what the next steps should look like in a proportional way. And again, because this is clearly now identified as something which causes quite a significant level of illness, I think we should prioritise it.
Thank you. I think that comment about portion size is really important. I mean, the advice already is about not having free refills, but maybe there are some advice, and or whether that ends up being mandatory around portion caps, I think is perhaps something to consider. Very conscious of some of the sizes of cup sizes for some soft drinks. Anthony.
I wouldn't disagree with much of what Mark says. I think we should do more research. I think we should take it further. My only sort of concern is when we start talking about banning or actually mandating, because of the Windsor framework, Northern Ireland is in a different position, and I don't want to see us create more divergence that we need, but certainly support all of the voluntary and all of the precautionary advice. Would all be behind that.
Thank you. And of course, if we were to go further, it wouldn't only be divergence in relation to the Windsor framework, it would be divergence with the EU. I think Mark acknowledged that we need more information before we could get to that place, but I think it's a good reminder. Margaret.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's horrific, the idea that toddlers, even in very small numbers, are being intoxicated by drinking slushies. And there is no problem with changing our minds. If the science tells us we should, we've done it before, it's for the safety of consumers, and I actually think it adds to public trust, because it increases that trust. It shows we're honest, we're open, we're flexible, and we're being straight with the public about this, and we should be honest about the fact that we don't know everything here. So I also actually personally support mandatory labelling as per 3.3. And I'm also a little bit confused by the rationale of the age of 7. Is it based on the fact that the oldest case that we know about was 6 years and 9 months? Was that a factor? Why don't we go for, if we're going to be precautionary, why don't we go for a slightly older age group? I'm worried about the confusion, about extra details for parents between 7 and 10. They can have one, but only a little amount. And, as Mark pointed out, what size, and, smaller children, and it's complicated for people with children between that age group. So Also, I think a message saying that slushies dehydrate would be stronger than a message that says water is better for you, because, as you say, it would never occur to you that a cold, icy drink would dehydrate. So just a little bit more on the rationale of that figure of 7, but totally support putting this advice out as soon as possible, and would possibly support actually being a bit more cautious, going up a bit in the age.
We'll come back to age in just a second. Fiona, did you want to...
Thank you, Susan. I mean, I think that one of the key points that you've made in the paper is that in Europe there have been very few of these cases, and that's where the ingredient hasn't been widely used. And it's, to me, that says that this ingredient is toxic to children, and we probably shouldn't be using it. If I was manufacturing these drinks for home use or out of home use, I would be seriously considering changing back to sugar. And so I suppose my question is, how quickly can we get a really comprehensive bit of guidance ready for industry to use, out of home, training of out of home servers, as well as for anything that's bought in a retail outlet where the labelling won't have been changed yet. It just takes time for that to happen. So it's quite a challenge, but it'd be great if we can pull that off, because it's, there's a risk out there.
Tim.
Thank you. I guess for me, there's a broader question of principle here about who pays. So we're doing a lot of, if you like, remedial catch-up work to find out what the risks are, having had the incident. But to my mind, the burden should be back on the industry in terms of responsibly marketing something that doesn't present a risk. So having listened to conversations earlier today about where risk is placed and where the burden of cost is, just some consideration when we look at these things about who pays and where we place that burden back and what our leverage is to do that.
I think at the very least, if we're going to really do more work and more research on the risk assessment, what we need to do is have much better evidence on the quantity of glycerol in these products. And I think we do need industry to work with us in providing that ingredient level data to help us better assess likely exposures and to understand the risk assessment. Robin, do you want to just say a little bit more about age? I think it all relates to the centile charts and things.
Yeah, I can. So setting age threshold is obviously always very challenging because, children don't grow in nice benchmarks, sadly. So this is based on, as I said at the beginning, the amount of data we have on toxicity is limited and complex, and there is more or less roughly a 10-fold variance between the highest and lowest limits of what we think is a kind of risky level. Using that, you can calculate, based on average body weights and the distribution of body weights, what the probability is of children coming into kind of risk at the highest and lowest levels. Based on that, at the upper end, we think that less than 5% of children over 7 would be at risk under these new guidelines. I have to say, at the lower end, at the most precautionary end, they would still be in risk and significantly numbers. We don't believe that lowest level is an accurate estimate, because if that was correct, we would see far more cases than we have seen. So I have quite a lot of confidence in the science data, but the 7 years and over suggests that less than 5% of children would be at risk from that upper boundary. Can I just pick up on one other thing, actually, just whilst I've got the microphone? I think in terms of the way we label this, you mentioned, Margaret, about that. I would be very reluctant for us to say something that wasn't entirely scientifically backed up. So, for example, causes dehydration. We don't have the data on yet, but I just think we need to be clear about that.
That would be more in messaging, not in a label. The labelling was just labelling that it's in the drink.
One other thing, just to clarify about that risk assessments, I think just to make clear, what Robin has explained is that the under 7 came about through looking at the weight that we thought was a problem and then relating to that to centiles. It is serendipitous, but actually reassuring that puts it just above the age of the children who have been hospitalised, or that we know of who've been hospitalised. So that's a coincidence, but a fortuitous coincidence. It wasn't, I think I'm clear, that isn't how it was derived.
Sorry, I was going to pick up one thing which I forgot also from Mark's question about the serving size. So the serving size used in the risk assessment is 350 mils, so sort of standard serving size. You're right, obviously, that we don't prescribe what a serving is to a retailer. So if they want to sell a litre, that is within their gift.
So that would definitely be something that we'd be keen to see tightened up in relation to that guidance. Let's just come back to labelling a moment, because the other complexity in this is if you imagine these, I think it's very different in the out-of-home setting than it is in the in-home setting. You know, out-of-home, these are often machines which are sort of removed. So how that labelling, you know, you really are talking about labelling to the business rather more than to the consumer. But if people are buying these for use at home, then it's definitely possible that labelling is more beneficial. We've done in many other areas, including actually indeed with allergens, we don't have, some things are not mandatory, but we have our strongest possible voluntary guidance. And what we've seen is that responsible businesses do, come into line with that quite well. I think whilst the evidence is incomplete, whilst there are the risks of divergence, whilst there's SPS looming, it seems unlikely to me that we would. Nobody, I don't think, is suggesting that we should be looking at mandatory now, but that we should be signalling a strong concern through our voluntary guidance. Is that where we are, Margaret?
I think there's also the problem, this is what Fiona would normally be talking about, that some manufacturers are not putting glycerol in, and therefore if you start labelling, broadly, that would be it. But on the other hand, I could see a time where you see that little thing saying contains glycerol just on the actual machine in front of you that's going to serve it.
And there is also, for sure, this public awareness, not just for parents and carers, but for businesses. It's not, if people understand that there is a risk there, then that's going to help reinforce all of the other actions we take. Mark, then Rhian.
I actually think Rhian was first, but I'll steal it anyway. So, just two things. One I forgot to mention earlier, and sorry I'm making a habit of that today. But I think the serving size thing is really important in terms of the intermediate advice that we're going to issue, because we wouldn't want to see buckets of this stuff being provided as a single drink. But the other thing I wanted to mention is that, and I know we're really good at the way we word our advice and so on, but I wouldn't want any advice that we issue to in any way suggest that we're endorsing the provision of these drinks to children over the age of 7. So just to make sure that we word the advice very carefully so it doesn't give that impression at all.
I don't know if I've got much to add now because everybody said it. I agree with everything. I suppose if we're going to do more research in this area, it'd be really interesting to try and fathom our strongest possible guidance, if that's what we're going to offer at point of sale, for example, the compliance rate with businesses. It would be really reassuring that if we are going to strongly suggest nobody under 7 is to do some kind of polling or some kind of assessment of whether that really lands. Because in my head, and I think back to my childhood, we all do, the slushy machine on the counter in the convenience store locally is a real attractant, isn't it, for families? And it would be reassuring to know that the majority of those retailers are minded responsibly to follow that guidance.
And that would be something that we could alert our local authority colleagues to be looking at as well. I'm going, Fiona.
Sorry, I just want to come back on this serving size thing. I think we have to be really clear in the guidance that we put out what a serving is, because 350 ml could imply that full of liquid. It doesn't necessarily imply that full of ice and then a dose of the slushy. So we have to be quite clear what amount of the slushy liquid with the glycerol is going into those servings, because, and particularly when you get into home use, people will be adding different dilutions, if you like. So it's a small point, but it's quite important to explain that, because often you just get a number from a regulator. You don't get what it looks like in real life.
Yeah, so I think that speaks to this in the wider comms, that there needs to be more explanation of why are we saying this. We're not, why 7? Why is it a problem? What does that mean in terms of portion size and so on? So that there's quite a sophisticated campaign needed here. Good. I think that I was just looking back or thinking back on the conversation. One point I want to pick up on, and then I'm going to come to James and potentially Rebecca, just to ask if you've got any particular questions for the board, which are things you've been considering and just want to steer on. But that one is the point that Margaret made about the challenges of having a sort of a fairly absolute thing about under 7. These are not appropriate for under 7s. And then whether we confuse the story by having other guidance for under 10 or whatever the age was. Do people have thoughts or feelings about that? This may be something that we should engage with some of the consumer groups and some of the parenting groups, actually, maybe to understand their thoughts and feelings about this. But do board members have any comments on that sort of higher threshold? No, we all just want more evidence, I think. Fiona?
I think if it's a toxic ingredient, it's fairly easy just to start from that point and explain that, there's a significant risk below an age group, but over in the higher age group, there still could be a risk which is unknown yet. And I think it's down to the language.
Thank you. James, back to you. Anything you want to ask us?
Thank you. That's been really, really helpful, and we'll proceed with the communications campaigns that we've got planned. Just to clarify a few points for ease, the 350 millilitres includes the ice, so it's a cup size. It's what you would expect to purchase would be a drinker there. I think with the issues around dehydration and the health impacts, we'll make sure we talk to health colleagues to make sure any advice we give on that is really accurate and gives the correct, both the correct rationale and the correct action for parents to take around that, because it's important that our expertise is in the food risk, not the health side. So we need to make sure we've got that covered off well. And I think Fiona's point that not all slushies have glycerol in them. There are a number of manufacturers who've decided not to include glycerol and use sugar instead. So I think actually with regard to the labelling in those premises where it may not be right in front of you and easy to see, I think it's also just important to encourage parents to ask and have that conversation. Say, does this slushy contain glycerol, if they've got any concerns about their child, particularly with the refill age uncertainty point.
Okay, thank you. So what we're hearing is absolutely let's get the interim actions out there. We are keen to see some more actions in the longer term, and very much looking at a greatly enhanced voluntary approach at this stage. And in parallel, that we should talk more with the industry and try to get more data from them around the use of glycerol. I recognise too that, as I said at the start, this was quite a late paper. We didn't have any questions to the board on this paper, but that may well be because stakeholders didn't have the opportunity to comment on it. So I will say to anybody listening, we would welcome feedback on this paper, and we will be looking to engage both with industry about how they, given this new risk assessment, which will be out, I think, in the next week or so, really soon, talking to businesses about that, what they plan to do. And I think we should also be talking to some of the parenting groups and charities to understand what they expect of the FSA and of businesses in this area. And then, I'm very happy to leave that with the team to enact. I don't think it needs to come back to the board unless there's any substantive change in knowledge or understanding, but we'll just leave you to get on with that. The final thing I want to say is, of course, we do want to do this on a 4-nation basis. Once again, Food Standards Scotland are discussing a very similar paper with their board today, and this is another item that Heather Kelman and I, the FSS chair, will pick up on next week, just to really take the insights from both boards, the steers from both boards, and then leave the FSA and FSS teams to come up with a joint position on this. Rebecca.
Yeah, just to say, we will of course keep you updated on progress. We've heard the concern from board members, and thank you for agreeing to that interim approach. And also just to note that industry have so far been extremely cooperative. Obviously, nobody wants to sell a product that has a risk of making people unwell, particularly young children, and we expect them to continue to cooperate and work with us to put in place the interim approach that we've agreed.
Great. Thank you very much, Rebecca. So, James, thank you. A long stint for you this morning. Thank you to officials for all the work that's gone into these papers and all the thinking on this, particularly on Glycerol, which has been done at speed. We will break now for lunch. We're actually slightly ahead of ourselves. We were going to come back at 3:30, but at 3:30. It's been a long morning. We were going to come back at 1:30. I think, in fact, I'm going to bring that forward a little bit. I don't think we need so long for lunch. So I suggest we come back at 1:10, I think, which gives us, 40 minutes. So thank you all very much, and see you this afternoon. Welcome back, and we are moving on now to hear again really from Robin, but in his formal update to the board in his role as the FSA's Chief Science Advisor. And without further ado, over to you, Robin.
Thank you, Susan, and hello, everybody again. So you've got my report in front of you. Another 12 months has gone by, remarkably. I'm not going to recap on everything in the report. I just wanted to pick out a couple of key points and then throw it open for questions. So the first, obviously, is I talk in there about resourcing and spending review, which at the time that the paper was published had not yet reported, but as you heard from Katie earlier, we now have our settlement on spending review. I think two things to point out there. So in terms of FSA's budget, as Katie mentioned, on the positive side, it's flat cash. On the negative side, there's not a sudden uplift in research money in particular. So that does mean we will need, with science, as with other parts of the organisation, to think more carefully about how we do more with partners and with other organisations to kind of address some of the things that otherwise we would have liked to do internally. People listening to the meeting will also have seen last week, widely covered in the national media, that the overall research and development allocation across the whole of the Westminster budget is actually quite good this year. So there's been an significant uplift in overall R&D spending. And so I think that really emphasises both the kind of commitment to research investment more broadly, but also the fact that there is a lot more, I think, that we can do in that kind of partnership space with other government departments and indeed other third parties. So that's one. And the other thing I wanted to point out, so in the report I mention a number of areas where I think there's the potential for us as an organisation to push faster and further ahead, and one of those is on the market authorisations piece, as you'll see in my report. Actually, as it happens with the way the agenda's worked out, we've covered a lot of that this morning, and as you will have heard, many of the things I recommended are already in train, which makes me feel slightly behind the curve, but only by a virtue of the agenda timing, but happy to pick up on more of those. And then the last couple of points I wanted to highlight, it will come as no surprise to the board or anybody else that the world has changed quite remarkably in the last 12 months since I wrote my last report, and particularly the international partnership landscape has got very, very complicated. I think as I point out in my report, that has a number of potential implications for us, and we've touched earlier in this meeting on things like data flow from InfoSan through the World Health Organization, with the withdrawal of funding from the United States representing quite a significant risk, I think, in terms of that data flow. And actually, more broadly, the international kind of research arena has changed quite dramatically. At a previous board meeting, I talked a lot about our hope to rely on data emerging from the National Institutes of Health health in the United States around ultra-processed foods, for example. And as people have seen in the media, that programme has been significantly scaled back. So I do think there's quite a lot for us to do about thinking where we may need to, we more broadly, not necessarily we the FSA, but we as a country, I guess, as a research country, may need to step into places which were previously likely to have been delivered by other partners. And that is the last part of my paper where I'm suggesting a number of areas where I think in the future FSA might want to put perhaps more effort into thinking about ways we could partner with others to address some of these areas that are related to our work but perhaps not our kind of core activities, so for example around obesity policy. And that I think is probably enough from me, and very happy to take any questions. Thanks, Susan.
Great, thank you very much, Robin. I noticed this sort of theme about partnerships and working with others and ensuring that we're part of the, renewed government investment in science and so on. I wondered whether there were particular areas that you thought we might put some focus. You also specifically mentioned ultra-processed food, and I think it was this time last year that you talked about cross-government efforts to stimulate research on ultra-processed food, and I wonder where that's got to and what the FSA's role in that is.
Yeah, certainly. So maybe I'll take those in reverse order. So in terms of ultra-processed foods specifically, there has been a lot of activity actually, largely driven by UKRI, so the central funder, if you like, of public research in the UK. We have been quite closely involved in much of that, particularly the stuff that is closest to FSA core remit. So, for example, there has been a very active amount of work in the social science arena around public dialogues about how what people understand by ultra-processed foods, what their concerns are. We've had a big role in that, and in fact I spoke at one of their public dialogues a couple of weeks ago, and we'll be quite closely involved with the report when it comes out. There is other work happening, for example, through BBSRC, so the Biology Research Council, around the much more mechanistic end. So, for instance, whether particular combinations of additives may change metabolic profiles. That's obviously not something that we as an organisation would do, but it is definitely something that we want to know the outcome of in due course. So we're quite closely connected there. I think internationally is much more complicated because this is a topic, like many food topics, that's kind of caught up in sort of politics and culture, and so different countries are moving at different paces. And I think that's something for us to keep a careful eye on and think about. What is it that we as an organisation need in terms of the evidence, and if it's not being delivered elsewhere, we might need to kind of nudge others to do that. And then I think more broadly in terms of other areas, I think one of the things that I would be keen for us to think more about are the areas which are sort of in this grey zone between us and others. So we've talked previously about things like nutraceuticals and probiotics and those kind of functional foods, where clearly we have a role as a regulator, but we're not the primary driver. And actually we talked this morning in the meeting about the fact that we are a regulator. It's not our job to stimulate the industry to do a particular thing or sell a particular product, but where the industry is moving, I think it's really important for us to follow that very closely and be ahead of the science. And I think the work we've done on the sandbox for cell-cultivated products is a really good example of how that works well, where you see something developing and you jump on board early on. I'd like us to do that more for many of those other areas going forwards.
That, of course, is all SPS dependent. And so the other thing that I noticed was your encouragement that we should go faster towards using other regulators' opinions. That was part of the reforms this morning. But should I read from this that actually you feel that's something we should be doing anyway because it will aid the work that we're doing over the next period of time?
Yes, yes, I think so. So, I mean, the reforms we talked about this morning, I think, are a great step towards formalising our ability to rely on those. I mean, I've said this before, that, generally speaking, science is sort of boundary agnostic. So, to me, the great science coming out of any other country is just as effective as great science coming out of this country, and we should be relying on that. I think it is important to make the distinction between relying on the scientific evidence that other regulators have used to make their opinion and not kind of conflating that with just automatically assuming we'll reach the same conclusion, because as we've heard earlier, for example, in the Glycerol discussion, there are difficulties in how you translate a science base into a risk management decision, which we still want to keep in-house. But I think that use of science, wherever it is something I would really encourage us to do.
Great, enough from me. Anthony.
Thank you, Chair. Robin, when you presented to NIFAC and WFAC, we really got into some very interesting areas, and 2 specific questions I was asked to bring back to you. The first one was, we talked about misinformation and disinformation, and I think it was hard to combat or go back on disinformation that's out there, whether it be about a product or a food or something in between. And the second one, which was really specific, which was regarding methane inhibitors. Are you planning to do any work to look at the potential impacts on final products of those? So,
yeah, I'll keep up my habit of going in reverse order, if that's all right, Anthony. So on methane inhibitors specifically, then clearly our role is as the regulator for authorisation for those. We clearly have a big interest in following data once products emerge, as we do with all products, for anything that might not have been immediately apparent. So in the case of methane suppressors, there are trials ongoing in multiple locations, including in Northern Ireland, actually, which are looking at the use of these kind of products in a more realistic farm setting, so not in a kind of laboratory type setting, and that ranges right from the impact in kind of productivity and welfare and so on and so forth, through to cost effectiveness for farmers. We're very closely tied into those discussions through the cross-government working on this, and clearly if there was anything emerging from that represented either a food safety or an animal welfare type impact, that would be immediately flagged. But it will take, as with all research, it will take some time for those data to come available. On mis and disinformation, I mean, this is a really key topic close to my heart. There is a lot of activity right across government at the minute on that, actually, particularly because it's relatively independent of the topic. So mis and disinformation around food is inherently problematic for us. It's exactly the same story for vaccines if you're in health. And the cross-government group that looks at social and behavioural science has actually had a meeting very recently on this topic, and people from FSA joined that meeting to discuss kind of our interest and also our contribution to it. So I'm quite keen that we stay very joined up on that, because I think a lot of the messaging around this can be shared between them. I know that particularly Claire's team, and Claire may wish to comment in a second, is thinking quite carefully about how we have tools in place from FSA's end to be able to use either proactively or reactively in the event of a kind of mis or disinformation event, such as we saw actually last year with the methane inhibition. But Claire, I don't know if you want to add to that from the comms end.
Thank you, Robbie. Yeah, we've just actually recently started a project looking at how as an organisation we can respond to mis and disinformation, and that begins with thinking about how we identify it, what are the areas most pertinent to our work that perhaps are at the highest risk of mis and disinformation, and then making sure that we have some very practical tools in our toolkit to be able to respond if and when that does occur. And we're working alongside the Science Council on this, which is a kind of new partnership for us in the communications team, and we're also engaging with other departments across government to learn, because obviously there's a lot of learning across government about different areas of mis and disinformation.
Thank you. Margaret.
Robin, thank you. It's a really interesting paper. I'm quite interested in how useful you find the SACs, and whether you think, as I do just from reading what you've written, that the role of the SACs may be changing. You talk about the fact that they're spending a lot of time on market authorisations, which in a way is sort of aiding operational side of things, but you don't say have a list of 4 major pieces of research they might be doing for us. In the past, we would have heard that they were working on a year-long, programme on a certain aspect of allergens, for example, or that type of thing.
Yeah, thanks. So I mean, the first short answer is hugely useful. We couldn't do, I think, what we do without our scientific advisory committees. And there are 2 parts to that. So several of our committees focus a lot of their attention, the majority of their attention, on what I would call kind of technical considerations, particularly in support of market authorisations. And that is absolutely invaluable. For example, their input in terms of toxicology or allergy risk. And the key recommendation in my paper, which, as I say, is actually already being addressed, is that we ensure that we're using them in the best possible way. So sometimes there are things for which actually the science is very self-evident. Our own teams already know the background, and we can make make the decision without relying on that independent scientific advisory committee. Conversely, there are some issues which are really challenging and far beyond any organisation, let alone ourselves, to appraise. And so that's where we really need to lean into the SACs. That process of triage and kind of rollout has already started and is being very effective. So I'm really supportive of that, and I think we can do more. And I know the teams are already starting to do that. So that's really key. The other area, I think, is in the kind of broader consideration. So particularly Science Council, who provides sort of strategic insight, and our advisory council on social science. And there, the key thing, I think, is about them being able to spot and connect in issues which may not otherwise cross our desks. And in fact, during the course of this morning's meeting, I had a couple of emails in saying, have you spotted this? We should be thinking about that. So that kind of wider insight, and actually that Claire just mentioned now around mis and disinformation, we have access through Science Council to a group of incredibly experienced professionals who voluntarily give up their time to help advise us and give us best practice. So I think, they are a fabulous resource, and I'm very supportive.
Robin, can I just flesh out a little bit more this issue about the triaging process? I mean, you do highlight it in your report, and we've invested a lot in boosting our scientific capability within the organisation recently, and I have a lot of confidence in that. But how do you suggest that the board assure themselves that the things that that triage is being done correctly? Because if we're not putting everything, we never did, if we're not putting everything to the SACs, then we are reliant on our in-house expertise. Most of the time that's going to be brilliant, but what if sometimes things are not being referred that should be referred? It inevitably, as you say in your report, it does increase the level of risk a little bit. That's probably the way it has to be, but how can we check up that system is working well? Is that just through you? Are you checking or sampling a number of decisions? What's the process for making sure that triage is being done correctly?
Yes, so the way it's working at the moment, which I think is very good, and I would like to see kind of more widely used, is that if we take the case of a market authorisation, we would send to the SAC their papers for the meeting with what we call below the line products, so products that have come in where we think actually this was the issue, we have confidence in our own in-house ability to appraise that, and we don't think you as a SAC need to discuss it, but the SAC members can ask to lift it back up above the line and discuss it. So there's a kind of triage process within the SAC. I also see those papers, and of course the papers are published, so we have the ability to kind of revisit and then reconfirm if that's not
great. That's incredibly reassuring, thank you. Rhian, I knew you were going to come in, then I'll zigzag.
Two comments really. One, an extension of what Margaret was asking about the SACs and Science Council and how we move those individuals with the deep experience to where they can add the very, very most value to us as an organisation. And just any thoughts you have around artificial intelligence. So you mentioned, so we publish a lot of our work, right? So that means it's in the public domain. So we can use AI to trawl through that and bring it back together for us. So there's a bit about how we in-house use AI to do a lot of the heavy lifting, to let the SAC members concentrate on the things which are more sort of the more nuanced balance of risk, ethical things, things that really need that human component and that deepened sort of experience. That was the first thing. And then the other thing was your forward-looking piece and the bit about functional foods. And just, I think you said about trying to get ahead of trends and knowing what's coming down the line. And do you think we could do more to our shop front, if you like, to invite that to us so that, the things that are coming down the track way ahead of us, we somehow get to know about it, and whether it would land with us, or whether if we can invite those ideas, whether actually we are ourselves triaging out to other departments, because actually it's not quite in our fold.
Yeah, thanks very much. So I'm going to, again, go in reverse order, and even more cheekily, I'm going to suggest that perhaps Julie takes the AI question, given that she's been doing a lot of work in that space. So to start with your second question.
Science Council are looking at AI as well.
Also, yes, there's been, in fact, so yes, and not to preempt what Julie, what I want to say in a minute, but Science Council have literally last week held a workshop on the use of AI in the food system, which Julie was at and might want to comment on in a second. On the kind of grey area functional foods, I do think so. We've had, as an example, we've had some quite extensive conversations recently with MHRA around the whole probiotics issue, and actually there's quite a lot of interest in academic circles around, for instance, creating a online database of evidence where it exists or where it doesn't exist for probiotics that are already on the market. I think there's a lot of space, if you like, for us to work closely with other regulators in those kind of areas to really have an orchestrated approach, as say, like we've done with the sandbox, where you kind of bring people together and treat a topic as a scientific topic rather than this is an FSA specific topic. And I think there's more we could do there. Coordinating is always quite challenging, but if we can pull that off, then in terms of the shop front, as you were saying, I think that would make it massively attractive to industry if you just said, I am developing a probiotic, for example, click here and you can talk to all of your regulators in one go about the health claim, about the food safety claim, about marketing, advertising requirements, whatever it is, rather than have to hop between regulators. So I think that's an area where we could work much more closely with other regulators too. And I know there's already work going on in that space, but I'd like to see more of that. Julie, sorry, on AI.
Thank you very much. And just picking up the artificial intelligence points, we've got a number of pieces of work looking at the opportunities that we might have from using AI. First, the Science Council have just started a piece of work due to report in a couple of months, not too far out, and they're looking at the use of AI within the food industry with applications to food safety and understanding how that might be used by us, the regulator. So that's the use case, is bringing that insight into the regulator from the industry. The second was, you mentioned AI and the SACs. More generally, we're exploring the opportunities AI might give us for some of the heavy lifting in undertaking risk assessments, whether it's being done by us in-house or done by the SACs. So again, I think that's potentially another beneficial opportunity from AI in that area.
Thank you. Fiona.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you, Robin. As always, it's a very wide-ranging report. There's a lot to cover. I'd like to request that we add supplements to the functional food category. People regard it as food, and it does have a closer medicine interface, and that at some point we really do have to look at that category. The other question is, do we work on some of what I call the more routine scientific innovations with organisations like Leatherhead and Camden, who are supporting industry to innovate and whose work often becomes mainstreamed quite quickly? So there's a horizon scanning piece, but there's also an information of lower level non-discovery science. And how do we work with them? Because I think there's so much, there's a lot of rich change potential in the work that happens there.
Yeah, absolutely. So on the first point, completely agree. Supplements and actually a whole lot of other sort of natural products, for example, health claims associated with particular natural products should also be in that heap. In terms of working with other organisations on the kind of more day-to-day stuff, yes, absolutely. So I visited Camden last year, for example, and really, really useful to see some of the stuff that you might not really think about. So very practical things around, for example, official controls in particular laboratory tests. So practicalities around, can you use this instrument to deliver better data, but is it an approved method or not? These kind of things. And also some of the very routine stuff around things like food packaging, for instance. As people move towards more sustainable packaging, there's some interesting science around, thinking about the migration of chemicals from a recycled plastic into a food material, which, doesn't sound particularly sexy, but is hugely important in terms of kind of moving us to a more sustainable but equally safe food system. So yeah, we definitely do that, even if it doesn't get highlighted in these kind of reports.
Thank you. On that question about supplements, it reminded me there was a question to the board from the British Retail Consortium about our sort of horizon scanning awareness of supplements and things. I don't know, Rebecca, if you want to pick up on that now. It was quite a technical question, so it may be one we just want to send a response in writing, but do you want to comment?
Yeah, so we had a couple of questions. One a more general question about the need to continue, from the British Retail Consortium, about the need to continue advising local authorities, and how are we keeping in touch with and providing up-to-date advice given the fast-moving nature of this market, and the different ways in which products can come onto the market. And then there was also a very specific question about a particular plant called ashwagandha, which is sometimes extracted or used, sometimes with health claims attached. In general, in the area of novel foods in particular, and where there are interactions with other regimes, we are very responsive to local authorities, working with our colleagues in the Regulatory Compliance Division who hold the relationship. We in the case of things like ashwagandha, we're quick to clarify the position, because we do understand that local authorities need the best information, and sometimes it's quite complex in terms of which legislation you can take action under, and exactly what counts, what may be authorised, what isn't authorised in the case of complex plants. So the short answer is yes, we pay close attention to this. We work very closely with local authorities. It is a challenge, as the BLC have outlined, and we need to take a multi-pronged approach. And I think earlier in the meeting we also had some discussions, didn't we, about sort of how we could increase our influence over the world of online sales, and sales that aren't necessarily through big high street outlets, for example, where it's easier to see what you're doing.
Thank you. Sorry, it was a bit of a diversion, but it was a good opportunity just to cover that question. Mark.
Yeah, thanks, Susan. Just two bits, if I may. The first one is again about the misinformation, disinformation. Not a question, just a observation, I suppose, that the link to that and the real importance of the trust that the FSA is held in, or that in terms of us being able to counter those arguments and be trusted that what we're saying is accurate. Because I know we're competing in a space where science isn't always seen as accurate, and we need to be able to counter that. So just a reflection. My question, though, is about, in your conclusion, Robin, you talk about science being in a good place and the infrastructure being robust. And I read that, and then Rhiannon asked a question earlier about some restrictions that local authorities were facing in securing the science they need to carry out their official control works. So I just wanted to make sure, I didn't see any reference in the report to that part of our scientific sort of offering, although we don't offer it directly. Just wanted to make sure that that part of the infrastructure is also in a robust and strong position.
Yeah, so I think there's two answers to that. So in-house, our FSA science, I think, is in a very robust position, and I think, notwithstanding the resource limitations that Katie mentioned earlier, I think we're in a pretty good resource position to maintain our current science base. In terms of the broader science landscape that we plug into, you're absolutely right, Mark. So local authorities are very stretched, and labs in particular are often kind of bounce around the kind of periphery of is it sustainable or not. And actually more widely, so the university sector, it's not a big secret, the university sector is in pretty dire financial straits, and they are really important partners. We do a lot of our science with university partners. So I do think there's a bigger question for the science infrastructure. I think there are two things there. The very recently announced spending review uplift to research and development will have a positive impact on science more broadly, and I hope that a significant chunk of that will also go to public sector research establishments and testing labs and that kind of more day-to-day infrastructure. The other part, I think, is this kind of broader question around kind of the international landscape around science and the kind of investment there. And we do need to think, in the same way that there's been a big national conversation about defence spending, for example, I think we have to think a little bit about kind of national interest around science spending as well, and where you kind of invest your money there. That is obviously a far, far bigger question than FSA can afford, but I think we can be quite a vocal voice in making sure that stuff that is perhaps not the most exciting stuff, but is incredibly fundamental to our day-to-day job, like residue testing, for instance, does not disappear under kind of the radar of much more exciting stuff like space tech, maybe. And I guess there's a key role, I guess, for CSAs like myself in kind of making sure that voice cuts across departments and is not just held within a single department.
Oh, Great, thank you very much, Robin. Lots of interest as ever. People like to hear about the science work. I also, well, I know anyway, but it was in your report that this is likely to be your last report as our chief scientist, because your appointment comes to an end over the course of this year. So huge thanks for all you've done for FSA, and yes, still more to do before you leave us. But thank you very much for that. We really appreciate it. Good. So I don't think there are any particular actions there. I mean, people generally, I would take it as supportive of the recommendations. We had a useful conversation about risk appetite in relation to the division of work between SACS and our own scientists. So I think on that note, I will close this item. Okay, so we're moving on now into our next sort of, another annual update, which is on our progress indicators. And I think we're being joined by Kate Hargreaves, I think, or is Kate on? Kate's online. Thank you, Kate. Kate's head of our strategy unit, who has helped put together this paper. And this is really our opportunity to take a bird's eye view as to what we're doing across the FSA, and really just ask that sort of higher order question of, are we broadly on track against the main deliverables that we have? And I think Rachel is, Rachel, are you going to introduce the paper and then?
I am, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So, as Susan said, the purpose of the paper is to review our progress against our strategic ambitions to ensure that food is safe, that it is what it says it is, and is healthier and more sustainable. This is the second time that we've reviewed these progress indicators since we published our strategy in March 22, and we've used key data from a range of reports and external sources which date from 23 to 25 to assess our progress. And I did just want to thank the teams from across the FSA who contributed to the paper. So in terms of the key conclusions for each of our ambitions, for ambition 1, which is maintaining food that you can trust, we've used data from the FSA's Food and U2 survey to assess our progress. And food trust in the kind of food system does remain high. So we've got 89 to 90% of respondents confident that the food that they buy is safe to eat. And of those who've heard of the FSA, around 7 in 10 say that they trust us. And rates of distrust, so distrust of the FSA, remain low at around 1 to 2%. So the last time we looked at this indicator, there was a kind of a small decline in trust, and we committed to the board to undertake further work to understand that. And the research with Ipsos, which we've just published at the beginning of June, did highlight the complexity of the kind of wider drivers of trust. And that included how views of the state and how views of government and the food industry as a whole also kind of shape consumers' views of the FSA. So we did also want to note that the proportion of respondents who were aware of the FSA has been relatively stable at around 54 to 57%. And we think this gives us an indicator of where we should continue to focus action. So focusing on kind of how we can raise awareness among consumers of the distinct nature of our work on consumer protection, and improving the reach of our communications to broader audiences. So earlier today, Claire's highlighted some of the campaigns that we have underway, and Mark has just emphasised kind of how vital consumer trust is in the work that we do. And we think that awareness is an essential precursor to this, so this is something we should continue to focus on. And as part of that work, this year we're thinking about the role that other influential stakeholders can play in raising awareness of the work of the FSA. And that includes parliamentarians across the 3 nations, particularly post-election, where we have large numbers of new parliamentarians. So we're focusing on that. On ambition 2, which is around maintaining food standards so that food is safe and is what it says it is, the indicators here focus on the rates of foodborne disease, business compliance, inspections, incidents, and food crime. So this is really at the heart of the FSA's role to maintain food safety and standards. So we've had a comprehensive update already today from our colleagues in incidents, and I won't duplicate that. But I did want to note that on business compliance, over 96% of food businesses have achieved an FHRS rating of 3 or better, and that's unchanged from last year. And I also wanted to highlight the levels of compliance in the meat and dairy hygiene. So in excess of 97% for the meat and 98% for dairy in each of the 3 nations. And finally, on our third ambition, which is growing our contribution and influence over kind of the food system that is healthier and more sustainable, we're continuing to contribute to this agenda in line with our different responsibilities across the 3 nations. And that's using the expertise that we've got in the FSA and the capacity that we have within our policy and strategy teams. It includes our work to inform food and health policy as well as innovation, and we've heard earlier today about the progress on those areas. And the paper also sets out a number of particular case studies illustrating our contributions in Northern Ireland in particular, and highlighting data from the Food and U2 survey on consumer attitudes to food. So overall, we're asking the board to kind of note the findings in the report and to agree that we should continue to assess progress against these indicators, and we'll provide a further report next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Comments? I mean, great that we're broadly on track. I still remain concerned that how many people have heard of the FSA. This is amongst the general public, and I was pleased to hear that there's some view that we should be trying to boost that. When you hear food standards being talked about quite as much as it is in the media, I'd like people to know that we're here and doing our very best for them. Mark, did I see?
Yeah, thank you. Not the point I was going to make, but I'll make it anyway. If you talk to local authority officers, they'll tell you that Food Standards takes the credit for all of their inspection work in the press in terms of the fact that food standards inspection leads to high hygiene rating or low hygiene rating or whatever. So it is all out there. My point was nothing to do with that. Just in relation to Ambition 2, I mean, there's some great work being done here, but I'm just a little bit concerned that our indicators are a bit thin in the space of food is what it says it is. We've got, of the 5 that are on here, the first 4 are all about safety, and I'm not going to lower the importance of safety, obviously. The 5th one, which is a little bit about food is what it says it is, just relates to the food crime unit, and that's really important work, and I'm a big advocate for them, as you know, but actually they deal with cross-border crime and significant levels of fraud. There is a massive amount of work going on in terms of food is what it says it is, and we're not really seeing it in this report. So I don't think this report really tells us about whether we're achieving Ambition 2 or not. And I know it's always difficult to ask for extra indicators and how you would gather that, but at the moment, I just, to the quality of everything else that's in this report, that's a gap in my mind, and I'd like to see something extra, if we can, gathered around what we and our partners in local authorities are doing to ensure that part of our ambition.
It's a really interesting point, Mark, because I'm very conscious, in our last annual report, we were very clear that there were some concerns about levels of sampling, and is food what it says it is. Not only levels of sampling, but the proportion of products in which issues were identified. And I would be surprised if that's got markedly better.
Yeah, and I think just to support that, I think it was Margaret pointed out earlier in the instance report that there is a significant amount of incidents around things like non-genuine alcohol being served and incidents being created in that space, which we wouldn't capture with these indicators.
So perhaps we can ask the team to, we don't want to change indicators as such. It's important, I think, we keep the core set. But that does, I think you're right, that is a bit of a hole. And it may be that now we've got the annual report, data reporting up and running, there may well be other pieces of data that we can draw on that we use in the annual report that might be helpful for us as strategy indicators. So let's take that one away. Any comments from other people? Rhian?
Thank you. Just a point on 3.5, so business compliance. I know this is a very sort of high level view of all the data we have, but I do wonder whether, as we push the whole system to always improve and what have you, whether we need to pull out the percent, when we're doing this kind of overview, the percentage of businesses that are rated, which will shine a light on those that are not. Because again, always challenging ourselves to look at the difficult stuff. And then secondly, I can see the sense in why we choose to highlight FHRS of 3 and above, but I wonder whether in the same sentence we can also say, well, 4 and above. Again, just let's keep pushing the whole system to be better. I also had a point about, well, at WFAC and NIFAC we talked about the thing we've mentioned about the awareness about having been around so long. You know, we want more people to be aware of us and the work that we do, but we've already covered it. But in that data set, we will have the information about the demographics there. And I just offline, I'm sure you've probably presented it to us already in past documents, but it just came out. It'd be really good to know if there's a particular age group that are less aware than others. I don't know. Yeah, that just came up in the meeting. And then finally, just a point about the third pillar work that we do around healthy food and nutrition. I mean, we're always keen at WFAC to mention the Future Generations Act and that tracking that across. And there's a lot of work, increasingly amount of work in Wales now around nutrition, and I suppose we would just want to always make sure that's sort of mentioned, because there's an ambition and a direction of travel in Wales to kind of connect that up to the whole system. So thank you.
Thank you. Fiona and then Margaret.
Thank you. A couple of questions. We've got a new measure of engagement with MPs, and I'm just wondering how we track that, whether we have a baseline. What does success look like? Obviously, it's 100%, but that would be helpful to have. And the other question is on the Food and News survey, asking people how they're changing what they eat. I think it'd be really helpful to track that through to actual changes in diet, if that's possible, because what people say and what people do is different, and it could be that there's also a lag that's having, if things like this are actually impacting on what consumers are buying and then leading to a change in diet, it's helpful for us to know that. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want... well, Margaret, why don't we take your question and then I'll come back to the team.
Sure. 2 comments. One, adding to what Mark said, illegal imports in particular of dodgy food coming in is obviously still of concern. And then, as you say, fraudulent food. The 3-star, I agree with Rihanna, I always have, that, 5-star is where we should be at. And places like this, I would guess, but certainly a lot of big companies, the managers will have a KPI of you've got to achieve 5-star. So I think we should aim a little bit higher on that. And I think that is a difficult perception for the public to get their heads around. And then back to maintaining food you can trust, which is a similar area. These percentages are very slowly going down. So we have a 7% decrease in FSA can be relied on to protect the public, and then we have a similar decrease on trust. And I just wonder what more we could or should be doing about that, because this is a trend that's gone on for the last 3 years now.
Yes, it's something we've discussed previously. Okay, so the questions then I think are around well, the actual diet one. Interestingly, Fiona, I don't know if you saw the results for the National Diet and Nutrition Survey were published last week, I think, which is obviously too late for this paper, but they don't show positive trends in terms of diet at all. I think it's quite probably difficult for us to be able to link all those things up, except just in a observational way, but interested in what the team have to say about that. I think this question about FHRS ratings is, are we really happy with 3? I think when we've got 97% of businesses who are at 3, we really do need to see what proportion are at 4 or indeed 5. And 5 is where we want businesses to be. It's not that that's going to be, 96%, but nonetheless, it would give us perhaps a better sense of the progress. So I'd be keen to explore that one. Yeah. Fiona, did you want to come in again, or your?
Oh, sorry. But it's on. Well, I think the only thing I'd add on the healthier eating piece is that, if we're collecting data which is going to continue to tell us that people are saying they're eating more healthily, but it's showing that they're not, I question the value of getting that data, because what's it actually, what's it good for?
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. Everybody always thinks they're healthier than average somehow. That probably isn't true. Rachel, do you want to come back on any of those thoughts? How do you feel about adding in some additional indicators? I mean, when we did this at the start, we were very keen to keep this tight. But on the other hand, we're trying to assess across a big, wide system, and that doesn't lend itself to just picking individual indicators. As long as it's not data that we have to go out of our way to find, I wonder whether it is worth adding some more in. But what's your thought?
So I think it's important that we keep the existing set of indicators that we have, but I think what we're talking about here is perhaps kind of deepening or providing some more granularity on them. Just with regards to the kind of sampling questions, that is something that the team are aware of, and we were looking at kind of what more we could bring out within the report, so we might be able to come back to you on that one, because I think it isn't as strong in here as it could be. On the questions around trust, the research that we did with Ipsos, it was really interesting, and it looked at the kind of levels of trust in sort of government and state overall, which is at a low at the moment, and we do think that is probably shaping and affecting how kind of other parts of the state, including the FSA as a regulator, is seen. But I think the levels of awareness and just thinking about what more we can do in that space, I think it's an important challenge for us, because that kind of underpins everything else that we're doing. On the questions around kind of the gap between what people's kind of attitudes to data and then the information that we have about actual kind of consumption, I think we should continue to look at it. Again, kind of people's attitudes and understanding and trust, it feels as though those things are linked. The proposals from some of the kind of wider stakeholders in the system to look at the reporting of sales from retailers could be another source of information in terms of what's actually being consumed that we might be able to draw together with this data. And kind of welcome the board's support for kind of higher ambition, and might look to Julie perhaps in terms of how we collect the data that goes into that, and what we may be able to get through the new systems that local authorities have to more easily be able to report on that kind of disaggregation of the different levels. I was a visit to Croydon Council the other week, and they are able with their new systems to look at trend data as well, so they can see which direction businesses' ratings are moving in. So there is richness in there, but I guess it's the ease with which we can get to it.
Thank you. Those very helpful reflections. I think that comment about retailer reporting, I think we circulated to board colleagues that Tesco's, Danone, I think, and FDF as well, maybe others, have suggested to government that there's a case for mandatory reporting of some health metrics, and that would be a really helpful, because it would get over some of the problems of self-reported data that dietary research has been hampered by for many years. So let's see where that conversation goes. Katie, did you want to come in?
Just a comment at the end. When we set up these indicators and these discussions, we said at the time that it was quite difficult to pick a basket of indicators. And what we were aiming to do was to give us something that supported quite a high-level discussion about whether or not the system is going in the right direction, and whether we need to course correct as a regulator. And so it's sort of, are we actually achieving the strategy or not? It's always tempting to do stuff to the indicators, but I am struck by how closer and closer this conversation is getting to the one we have on the annual report on food standards every year. And perhaps we might want to take away the relationship between those two things, and how we make that more efficient in the future as we think about how best to do it. What I think I've taken from this conversation is generally there aren't big areas where things are getting worse that we haven't picked up through other means, but I have definitely noted the concern about authenticity and potential link to illegal imports and so on as something that we might need to keep more watch on in the indicators. So I'm hoping that's the right conclusion to take from it.
I agree with that, but I think I'd go a little bit further. I mean, I think on the safe, there's nothing in here or anything we've heard anywhere else. I think that's still pretty solid. And the authenticity, as you've commented, I think there are gaps and there are things that are, either lack of evidence and therefore reasons for concern. The bit where there's nothing here which shows that really things are getting a lot better is healthier or more sustainable. That comes really from NDNS at a national level on the healthier stuff. But what we always recognised is that we were a very small cog, a very small component in that wider system for healthier and more sustainable. But I think what this should do is just, reinforce that we collectively are not making a lot of progress in this area. And I think over the next year, the opportunities of the NHS 10-year plan and the food strategy, I would really hope that we see some significant progress. And I think we need to be doing everything we can, to urge that to happen, so using our voice really to advocate for the importance of that action. And then secondly, despite all of our resource constraints, really thinking about where we can, add, what are the assets FSA has to bring to this, which we can really mobilise to make a difference, because, consumers do want healthier and more sustainable food, and the reality is we're not making a lot of progress in that direction at the minute. Okay, any further comments on this and the overall strategy and approach? We, when we launched our strategy, which was in March 22, I think, we sort of set it for 5 years, so it's still got a little while to run. There has been sort of talk of, should we start thinking about this? My own view is that, as I say, I hope this is quite a crunch year on particularly the healthier but maybe also the more sustainable food piece, with those two big government interventions, if you like, strategy interventions. And I think we need to just wait until we get to the other side of those. I think probably also we wait till we get probably a lot more clarity on SPS, because that inevitably influences the FSA strategy quite substantially before we think about picking up that piece again. But at the moment, it seems to me we're sort of somewhat on course, although better in some areas than others. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Really, this is a whole FSA effort to keep us on track, so much appreciated. Right, we are now closing in on the later items on the agenda, but first up is the report from the Director of the FSA in Northern Ireland, Andy Cole. So welcome, Andy. So the Northern Ireland team sits within our wider UK and International Affairs Directorate, so that many of the issues sort of covered in this paper, things like the Windsor Framework, SPS, are sort of, come up in other places as well. But Northern Ireland certainly is on the sort of front line when it comes to the Windsor Framework. So it will be good to hear a little bit more about that, Andy. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Can I start just by saying that under Anjali's leadership, I continue to be really proud and privileged to lead the team in Northern Ireland. There probably isn't a week goes by where I don't encounter something new. The breadth of the role is enormous, but it is incredibly rewarding. Let me briefly set the political context for you just since we last met, and before I briefly draw out a number of points from the paper. We now have a programme for government in Northern Ireland that was published in February 25, and that's the first we've had since 2012. Spending reviews allocated the Northern Ireland Executive its block grant, which will in the coming weeks give departments a multi-year settlement. Again, that's not been the case since 2011 to 2015 in Northern Ireland. The Northern Ireland Executive published a DAERA-led food strategy, and an action plan, with FSA Central under Mission 1 as referenced in the paper, and the refreshed health-led obesity strategy is imminent, again with FSA a key delivery partner. So our wee country, as we call it, isn't doing too bad for a change. And let me touch on a few areas from the paper. On the day job just of keeping food safe, delivering our corporate priorities, district councils continue daily to do a sterling job across all of their responsibilities, uniquely juggling with different rule books both at port and inland. On the food standards delivery model, an update on the paper that you have, all 11 district councils now are over the line and live on their MIS on FSDM. There was a 100% response rate to the April return, and all district councils have been categorised as low level of concern on food hygiene. The DAERA SLA saw a deep dive review this year. That's now in place for 25-26. And can I give a nod to the bread and flour review? That's an enormous achievement for your FSA Wales and Northern Ireland teams with DEFRA and across 4 governments, 4 CMOs, regulations laid in November 24 and subsequent guidance issued across industry and across local authorities, delivering real public health benefit to consumers. On the direction the board set us last year, there's been good progress on the dietary health agenda, more focused work streams and research, and those are really being amplified now in Northern Ireland and bringing a new conversation to life. And as I said, FSA inclusion in the Northern Ireland food strategy and the BCD strategy to come are our hooks into that work. You'll note the continuing Loch Nay work. That's a programme for government commitment for the Northern Ireland Executive. Our work there is broken ground. We continue that sampling programme into 25-26 with imminent risk assessment due in the 24-25. Again, just to ensure the public health advice remains robust. I'll finish with pointing you to the work stream that's close to my heart, and I already mentioned today, Windsor Framework, and the breadth of responsibilities that sit uniquely in the Northern Ireland team. We've EU reporting responsibilities in respect of AMR and chemical contaminants, for example. We had the procurement this year of 15 national reference laboratories outside of the UK in place from April, and we've the imminent completion of the new point of entry infrastructure in Northern Ireland. So the resilience and agility of industry, competent authorities and indeed the FSA team to implement all of those arrangements is impressive. And of course now in the context of the potential SPS agreement, much of this experience comes into sharp focus right across the organisation. And as you know, for Northern Ireland, full and faithful implementation, even in that context, full and faithful implementation of Windsor Framework is the headline and my day job to deliver on behalf of the board and FSA. In closing, the forward look sets out our continued focus and priorities around dietary health, the legislation programme and our wider EU commitments under Windsor Framework. And all of this is underpinned by the strength of the FSA relationships. We continue to work very hard at building and maintaining those, and we do navigate a very careful path balancing all of the complexities with the politics, including the North-South arrangements. But at Chair, Chief, Exec level, we've great relationships direct into NI ministers, elected reps and wider stakeholders. And we're looking forward next week to the annual report launch in FSA 25 in Belfast. There's been great interest and it's a great opportunity to celebrate FSA and its standing in Northern Ireland. Now, so my ask of you today is just to note the progress, comment on the priorities for the coming months, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Andy. As you say, huge breadth of work there. But I'm also really pleased at, I think, the integration of the teams in Northern Ireland with the sort of wider FSA, the sort of one FSA model. I think is even better this year than it has been previously. So really welcome that. Great. Open this for questions. Anthony, let me come to you first, given that you're closest to all of this work. Do you want to add anything to
that? Just to say everything Andy says is correct.
That's our assurance.
But I think the point that he makes is that FSA, Northern Ireland, but FSA as a whole really does punch above its weight right across all of the areas, whether it be Windsor Framework, SPS, etc. But I think the vending and nutrition work that we're doing there is really good. And I think the relationships that Andy and the team have built particularly with the Department of Health, with the Minister, are really good. And that work we're doing with the obesity strategy, the work we're doing with Ardira in terms of the food strategy, we're really in there. We're really a solid partner, and I think that's down to trust. And I think that's the biggest thing that the team have done, is they've really built trust. So congratulations to Andy. It is a very good performance.
Thank you. And that's a reminder, colleagues will see it, we'll send it round to you later this week. The team's just published some work, some mapping work they've been doing in Northern Ireland in relation to children's health, of looking at the relationship between food outlets, particularly, well, either retailers or fast food outlets, and their proximity to schools, which I think is a really important sort of baseline bit of data, which will be very helpful for the Department of Health in Northern Ireland as they're thinking about their policy options, particularly around planning. So yeah, great work there. Comments from others? Oh my goodness. Andy, maybe you could just tell us a little bit, and we've talked a lot about SPS today, we've talked about the uncertainties. It would be helpful, I guess, just to hear a readout from Northern Ireland about the general mood and feelings about, you know, hopes, aspirations, fears. What's the sort of on-the-ground commentary?
That's a simple question. The mood is good. The mood music is good. Anything that the common understanding text, obviously will have a full and faithful implementation of the Windsor Framework arrangements, but any benefits to be gained in GB will read across into Northern Ireland. So anything that reduces that friction, protects public health, is good. I think the assurance that the board can take today in the context of all these SPS consideration and complexities over the coming years, and the detail will flow through in the negotiations, is that industry is very agile in terms of how it adapts. It's done that in Northern Ireland, and the movement of food from GB into Northern Ireland and the North-South relationship. So it's a complex environment, operating environment for Northern Ireland business, and they've done that, and they've done it well, and we've adapted as well in terms of how we communicate these things to consumers. So it should reduce the divergence. I would be positive about it, and industry would be positive about it. Obviously, the devil's in the detail.
Thank you. So, I mean, I think probably the most, you know, well done for everything you've done. The most important thing for us to do is to just think about what's coming. And it seems to me, I mean, you've got 4 points here, but they really break down into 2 areas. One, of course, is the future legislative programme, and there is already a lot on. And as we've discussed earlier today, that may change, and who knows what will come. So that clearly is going to be very important, and is going to need quite a bit of resource putting to it. And then the other thing, and Northern Ireland's really ahead of England in this, in having both the health strategy and the DERA food strategy out. And I think for us to be aligning our priorities in the health area, really to match up with that, is going to allow us to make the biggest impact. So very, you know, certainly personally, very much endorse that as being our focus for the coming year. Anybody else wants to add? Fiona.
Thank you, Susan. Well, congratulations. I'm continually in awe of everything that you do in Northern Ireland to navigate these complexities. You've secured a route forward for mandating online display of FHRS. And I just wondered if you could talk a little bit more about that, and whether there's anything you've learned in that process that could play into how we manage more use of online display in England, given that it's not mandated.
That was actually a request, Fiona, from the Health Scrutiny Committee at the time we mandated FHRS in itself. So it was approved at that time, the legislation, and the request was to come back at a future date to bring forward on online mandation. So that's, and the Assembly collapsed, as you'll know at that point. The mandate's now refreshed. So that's an existing ask that sits there. We've done some early preparation work in relation to that and consultation. It's voluntary at present, but it's buried deep when you go into online. It should be visible just the way it is in the stores and FBO. So it's a piece of work, and we'll need to align that obviously with the wider building blocks that we're talking about this morning, and regulatory reform and how that fits with the wider FSA agenda. But it's been an ask of the Legislative Assembly to bring that back at some point in time.
Very good. So I'll just say we're really looking forward to coming to Northern Ireland in September for our next board meeting. It'll be a great opportunity to meet with some of our staff there, and hopefully with stakeholders in Northern Ireland. That's the whole board, but I'm very much looking forward to coming over next Monday for the annual report launch. So I shall see you there. Thank you. Right, so heading on, we're now into the reports from our two subcommittees, ARAC and then the Business Committee, and we'll start with ARAC. So, Anthony, can I ask you to introduce your report as chair? Thanks.
I will. We met last week. It was a very busy schedule. There was 19 items on the agenda, a lot of which were annual updates, annual reports, so I'll not dwell too long on too many of the stuff, but I'll pick out some of the highlights. The first one was we got a very good readout from Ruth in terms of where we were with the spending review, where we were with SPS, arm's length bodies, etc. So that was very good, and the committee was very engaged in those sorts of areas. We got the management letter and the current audit plan from the National Audit Office. Went through those again, they were fine. We looked specifically and questioned a lot in terms of the information security annual report. We spent a lot of time considering cyber and the government's response to it, and where we sat within that and how we would deal with any crisis that comes along. And as a result, we've indicated that we'll probably set up some training both for ARAC but for wider board members, so that we can all understand just some of the threats that are currently out there due to world politics and everything else that is going on at the moment. My annual report I'll bring in September. We'll do that. We touched on it for a while. We had two limited audit reports, one on the governance framework for enforcement and one on post-mortem inspections, and we drilled down what we're going to do and how we're going to take those forward, and we looked at the action plans that were associated with those, so we were content that those are moving in the right direction. And of course, Chair, you had asked that we actually do some work around non-compliance interventions and the withdrawal of approvals to operate, and we produced an internal audit report on that, which covered 7 abattoirs, including Old Arley, and we looked at those. Basically, what I found was it was a moderate, a good audit report. It came out that basically our staff were following all of our processes and were delivering on time what they're supposed to do. There were some areas for recommendation, as there is with every audit, but by and large, we do what it says on the tin, and I think we all found that quite reassuring. We had the update on current litigation. We're trying to learn from the lessons learned from the Post Office report, which is we check litigation each time now and make sure that we stay on top of that and there's nothing sneaking up behind us that we're unaware of. So other than that, happy to take any questions.
That's great, thank you. And I'm really grateful for the very rapid review you did around the processes surrounding our oversight of abattoirs, and in particular the issue of enforcement action. As you said, it was something I was concerned about, and I really am pleased it's been done thoroughly, but in a very timely manner. And you know, I think it's good for the board to be reassured that actually our processes were followed. That said, I did also ask ARAC to think about whether the processes were sufficient, adequate, or whether there was anything we need to learn for the future. So I don't know if you want to say anything about that second part of the work, Anthony.
Yes, in terms of the first part, we reassured ourselves that we are following our own procedures. They are correct. Whether they're necessarily the best procedures in terms of everything that's covered, I think that's a different part of work. And what I agreed with the IRAC committee was that I would meet with yourself, with Tim as head of business committee, and with Katie as chief executive, and we would sit down, we'd have a discussion as to what steps we would take going forward if required.
Okay, so let's do that. I'm very conscious that in September we have the annual update on animal welfare, and so I think if we could think about doing a piece of work which allowed any recommendations that might come out of it to be considered as part of that paper, I think that would again, help me to feel we were on this in a timely manner. So let's meet and agree the sort of scope of that piece of work, and then for it to come to September. Katie's nodding, so that sounds like it's not an unreasonable timetable. Junior's nodding. And Junior's nodding too. Okay, good. So let's take that as an action. Anything more on that topic that people who, obviously ARAC members had a chance to look at this in detail, and I don't want to revisit that, but are there any other general questions, or if not, other matters or queries for ARAC? I think the suggestion of some further, we obviously do our cybersecurity training every year, but it's clear that the level of threat has gone up, and we perhaps, I think it would be helpful. This training is always a sobering reminder of the risks out there, so I would be very supportive of that. Junior, sorry.
Just on that, Susan, so you'll be aware of the recent cyber attacks that have happened on retail in the food industry. We've been liaising quite closely with Cabinet Office on some of those. And there's been some useful information that they've given us, and videos and stuff that we should probably, definitely in my incident space, that they've been sort of like getting themselves up to speed with. Perhaps we could also pass those on as well as part of the broader training. It'd be helpful to have those.
That would be really interesting. Maybe, Junior, I might even suggest you do a short, obviously sort of a private briefing for the board on anything that has been learnt from those incidents that might inform our wider thinking. Anything more for Anthony? Okay, if not, thank you very much, and we'll move on now to the report from the Business Committee. So, Tim, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you very much.
The timing on these things is really tight. The Business Committee only met last week, so I'm grateful to people who turn around the rapid notes on this, but there will obviously be the full minutes later.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. And yes, it was only last Monday we met. Our focus was very much on the performance report, but prior to that, we were very focused on the Regulation Action Plan commitments. We wanted to make sure that we were keeping on pace with not only enabling and in full support of the growth aspirations, but we were also tempering that against where we need to ensure public safety. And we were satisfied with what we heard and what was presented to us. We want to keep abreast of that situation, so we clearly communicated back that the progress and outputs of the plan will continue to be actively monitored, and I think that's an important consideration given the importance not only to the wider economy but also to our role as a regulator. When we got into the performance report, there were three areas particularly that we wanted to think about. We wanted to think about market authorisations in the sense of not so much the development agenda, but actually in what we were currently grappling with and ensuring that we were keeping pace. And we were very gratified to hear that there has been progress made, that there's good performance. We recognise there are pressures on that, but again, this is something we want to keep on under constant review. The other area in particular I wanted to pick up on was on local authorities and the transition to the food standards delivery model. And again, this is an area where we recognise there have been challenges, particularly at the local authority level, but we did see good progress being made and also mitigating plans. So I think we were comfortable with what we were being presented to. The last area I was just going to pick up almost from previous business committee in the referral around the Glycerol question. Very gratifying to hear today that as that matter progresses, we had an excellent debate arising out of the issues raised at the business committee. So I'll stop there, and if there's any questions, very happy to take them.
Thank you, Tim. I'm actually both with the ARAC rapid review and then the Glycerol issue. I'm really pleased that I think we have settled into a system now where we're able to use our board subcommittees perhaps more effectively than we did in the past, and we've got good communication and dialogue between the different groups. So I'm really grateful. I know Tim and Anthony, have a degree of communication to ensure that that's working well, and obviously we talk about it too, so thank you both for that. Comments from either people who were at business committee or perhaps more importantly those who weren't. Anything more we can tell you? The progress on the commitments for growth is obviously something we'll review at each meeting and bring back to you if there's any slippage. No? Everybody content? Great. As I say, the full minutes will be available in due course, as they say. Thank you. So, moving on, we'll move on to now the reports from the chairs of our food advisory committees, and it's sort of become, you'll have realised as we've gone through the meeting that actually one of these meetings was joint, so I'm going to pass over to the two of you. I don't know quite how you're going to present, but Rhian, why don't you go first?
Thank you, Chair. I think we've done quite a good job between us of conveying the feedback we had. So the board, just to recap then what Susan says, so we have a meeting in which is typically been individual of the facts the week before the board to review the board papers and get feedback from our regions. And we did it jointly this time. We did it online. I don't think either of us thought it would go that well, but actually it really did. And it was quite a good way to share points of view. In particular, I think WFAC members were really interested in the pieces of the work in Northern Ireland around nutrition, and because we don't have that remit in Wales, so that was really useful. But it was a really good meeting, so we were pleased, and we'd like to do it again. So we'll talk about that. But generally, though, from Wales, just a few small updates from me, if that's okay. So we at WFAC, we've been through a successful recruitment process for new WFAC members. We've been looking for 2 new members, and we've been able to make a recommendation to our Welsh Government Minister on that, so we hope to hear soon. So we should be back up to full complement before the end of the year. Second of all, we are in the middle at the moment, and Angela may, or Chair, you may wish to say something about this. Welsh Government have commissioned a review of the FSA in Wales. Some of us have been interviewed, and that process is ongoing, but that's an important one for us. We're looking forward to seeing the outcome of that review and what we can learn and how we can work in Wales to best effect. Thirdly, just a point of note. So in Wales, as board will know and exec will know, we've got 3 food centres in Wales that we benefit from enormously in terms of boosting our innovation, particularly amongst our SMEs. Welsh Government have just renewed the contracts on those, actually. So a real sign that Welsh Government continue to support innovation in the food and drink sector in Wales and are willing to put quite substantial sums of money behind that. So long may that continue, actually. And so many of the companies that will eventually find their way to our front door as the regulator come through those food centres in Wales. So I just wanted to update you on that. I attended recently with FSA colleagues the Food and Drink Awards in Wales, which were held in Llandudno a couple of weeks ago. Sunny Llandudno. It was. And our Director for Wales, Sian Bowsley, presented an award at those Food and Drink Awards. So we were well represented. It was a really good chance to speak to all kinds of stakeholders in Wales. I suppose lastly for me, I had the great pleasure of shadowing one of our senior public protection officers on an environmental health visit recently. So I just wanted to say thank you to Richard Davis, who is one of the Ceredigion team, which is near where I live. Of course, I live in Ceredigion. So I went out on a visit with him just to see start to finish how that works. I was really impressed, of course, because he's incredibly professional. I think he also took me to somewhere which was incredibly well performing, so that was nice. But I just want to say thank you, because it really gives you, for somebody who's not from that part of the food and drink world, a really good insight into the work of EHOs. And then finally, Susan mentioned it, Royal Welsh Show is coming up week of July 21st, so there will be lots of us there meeting stakeholders, and then shortly after that, the National Eisteddfod, where FSA also have a presence. That's a really important venue for us in Wales to, again, meet stakeholders. So, yeah, I think that's it from me.
Great, thank you very much, Rhian. Any questions? Rhian, can I just ask, have you got plans for your next themed meeting? Is that decided yet?
That is a good question. I don't believe it is. We tried to coordinate with NIFAC. There is a short list of topics. I can't recall if we've settled on one, actually.
Okay, so maybe we can pick up on that outside the meeting and just talk about that. Thank you. Anything else? In which case, we'll move sort of back to Northern Ireland. Anthony.
Thank you. I mean, we were very good in getting the two committees together to do the board preparation review meeting, and I think it did work very, very well, because different perspectives and it came across, and it wasn't a case of the Celtic fringe becoming UDI and separating off, but we did actually find that there was economies of scale in actually just getting quite a large number of our staff to present once rather than twice and then again here, so that was very good. But back in April, when we launched the sandbox, we had the same theme meeting but separate meetings, but I did join in with Rhian's meeting, and Rhian joined in with ours, just to make sure that they were similar, and I think that went very well as well. We will try and do this across the themed meetings, as you've indicated. In terms of just other things going on then in Northern Ireland, I attended the Northern Ireland Leadership and Governance Conference along with Andy at the beginning of April, which was very good, and we were able to meet with the new Permanent Secretary, and I hosted an introduction to him for the audience, and we had a chat which was very good. We met with Minister Nesbitt, which again was very good, but we also had the Balmoral Show back in May, which went very good, and Andy hosted the Deputy First Minister and others at a breakfast event, and we got a lot of publicity from that as well, and each of the ministers from Health, Agriculture and a few others turned up at our stands, and we really did do very well. The weather was brilliant, and I'm just sorry that not so many of you were able to make it, because normally when it comes it rains, so it was you missed a very good day.
I was so sorry not to be there, and unfortunately it clashed with a big conference that I needed to go to in my Oxford capacity, otherwise I would have been there, so I am sorry, and I shall get the date firmly in the diary for next year. They are really good events for meeting with a lot of people, and somehow the atmosphere of them, especially if it's sunny, but the atmosphere generally, I think, lends itself to a different kind of conversation than perhaps we have in more planned meetings. And Tim and I were just discussing over lunch whether, in fact, we should think about the FSA going to some of the particularly sort of large, well-attended county shows, and likewise in England, which is not something we've done previously. But now I stop to think about it, I wonder why we don't. So I think that's something that we'll pick up outside the meeting. Anything else that people want to ask about things that are happening in Northern Ireland or the work of NIFAC? I'll ask you the same comment as Rhian. Have you got a themed meeting plans, or shall we just all three join up over that conversation?
We do have themed meetings planned, and we are working through that, but we're doing a themed event with NIFAC on the 1st of July, looking specifically at SPS and its impact on SPS and its overlap with Windsor. As you know, SPS is only GB, but as Andy says, people are happy back home, but they want to understand what the issues are in terms of particularly ingredients coming in and out between them. So Firth Patch is organising that, and we're going to do quite a one-day in-depth review, and hopefully we'll feed into some of the questions and debate.
Thank you. I was sort of musing on that when I asked Rian and thinking that's a good topic. And I suppose the question is whether July is, I mean, I'm sure you'll revisit it and there are particular issues in Northern Ireland, but it's slightly hard until we know a little bit more to give, yeah.
I think the reason we're doing it in July is to put in a Northern Ireland perspective so that the team who will be part of the negotiations at least hear some of the thoughts, views.
Okay, so it's more of a listening exercise than a
yes.
dissemination. Okay, excellent. No, that's a really good idea. Thank you. Anything more on Northern Ireland? Okay, in which case that brings us to the end of the formal agenda. I'm assuming there aren't any additional items of business that have cropped up over the course of the day. Although at the pace things are moving at the moment, it wouldn't have entirely surprised me. So I'm going to now turn to those members of the public who've been with us today to see if they have any questions for the board. And if you do, please could you introduce your name and your organisation before asking your question. And it looks like we've got at least one. Thank you. Hello, Marika.
Thank you. My name is Marika Graham-Woods, and I represent the Hemp Trades Association and the Cannabis Trades Association. I'm also the board chairman for both. Our interest for our members encompasses CBD under novel foods process and the movement towards authorisations, which we believe, we hope and pray is within touching distance. But also animal feedstuffs, supplements, functional foods and nootropics. So I suspect I'll be seeing a bit more of you in the coming months. The industry has noted the very good work, thank you all very much, that the FSA and this board have undertaken towards transparency and stakeholder engagement. It's extremely welcome, so thank you all. After a welcome change of personnel, we have Chris Stockdale, and he's holding an industry stakeholder meeting, in fact, tomorrow, which I will attend with interest. We also welcome reform to the novel food process and more input into that. And it was very nice to see Peter Quigley here today again. I really only I've obviously written to the board in a written letter, which I'll expect a response from in due course, and I only have really 3 questions to the board today concerning authorisations and the way forward. So if I may, I'll just read those to you, if I can actually read this tiny writing. So it's to do with the timescales for authorisations of CBD under novel foods. Why has the timescale for authorisations of isolated synthetic CBD slipped, and what specific internal or external factors have contributed to the delay despite the years of submitted data and engagement? But there's a context to this. The industry has been waiting for an awful long time for these authorisations and a clear outcome. In view of recent changes, including the rotation of staff and new team appointments, this has signalled a positive progress, and yet clear timescales are still uncertain. We also note with delight the fact that there will be authorisations for biological full plant spectrum CBD products. And how does the FSA plan to accommodate their natural variability within this timescale, as opposed to an isolated product? I think my letter tends to outline this in clearer form. And also, the industry is very hopeful that you will, in some magical way, make both authorisations pass towards the Minister in a timely fashion and likely within a short timescale of one another, if not concurrently. And finally, I just wanted to say thank you very much, Professor Robin May. And I do hope that we'll see the authorisations before you leave this august body. Thank you. Those were my questions to the board. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Great, thank you very much for those. As you say, yes, no, it was a very detailed letter, and we will respond to that in due course. But I think it would be useful if I'm going to look at Rebecca. I mean, this really comes down to timescales for the varying things which are going through the process, and to what extent they're synchronised. So I think it would be helpful to hear.
Thank you very much, Susan, and thanks for those questions, Marika. So just taking a step back, we have always been very clear when we publish our indicative timetables that they are indicative, because CBD, they are novel products, they are complex products, and we need to make sure that we work through the process that we have in order that any future authorisations will be safe. So our indicative timetable suggested that we would be coming forward with our recommendations for the first authorisations potentially this spring, and we do still intend to move forward and publish those recommendations in the coming months. It is dependent, as always, on securing an agreement across all of the devolved countries. We always aim to have an approach across GB, which is better for consumers and also better, I think, for industry. So we are pressing ahead with that. We've published 11 safety assessments so far, and they are also, for all of those, are what we call the pure CBD isolates, and that's because they are a little bit more straightforward, not necessarily straightforward, but they share characteristics in common that mean we've been able to focus on those first. And the what you call the full spectrum products, I think, they are still in the risk assessment process, and until we have the risk assessments, we won't be able to set an indicative timetable for those, that path to authorisation. My understanding is those risk assessments are unlikely before next year. So I think that gives you an overview of where we are on those. We are working, we're working in parallel where possible on all of the products in our system, because there are some aspects in common in terms of the questions that we need to consider around authorisation. But as I say, we need to follow that step-by-step process, and we're expecting the first recommendations to come forward to be those pure CBD products.
Thank you, Rebecca. I'm delighted that we're pressing ahead, although I think, given we're in the middle of June, probably spring feels like that ship has sailed. But anyway, look forward to them very, very soon. And thank you to Marika and to all of your industry members. I know this has taken a long time, and you'll have sensed the degree of frustration in the board and indeed in the executive that this has proved to be a difficult issue. We are breaking new ground internationally in trying to make these authorisations. And I'd also note that these are running as part of our wider market authorisation process, which, as anybody who follows the board will know, that's been under strain. So it is taking longer than any of us would have hoped. And thank you for your patience. I really do hope and trust that the first ones are very close now. Any more questions from anybody who's with us today? If not, we're able to finish a little earlier than I expected, which is always nice on a sunny day. So thank you very much to everybody for all of the papers today, to board members for your attention, for your really helpful comments. There were some quite important discussions, really giving the organisation a clear steer on very specific issues like the meat charging work and Glycerol, also on the reforms to the market authorisation service. But also you, I think, will have heard very clearly that there is a lot of uncertainty in the timelines and indeed the details of some of these policies. And over the summer, I will endeavour to keep you as updated as I can as things happen. But I'm hopeful. I mean, I don't know, but I'm a natural optimist. So I am hopeful that by September we will know a little bit more and we can start to refine our plans. But in the meantime, I hope you have some time off over the summer, and thank you again very much. I also, at our next meeting, we'll look forward to welcoming our new board members. So we'll have a greatly expanded board and new insights and expertise to draw on as well. But for now, thank you all very much indeed, and safe journeys home.